The former crew of the USS Tenshi, now integrated with the station crew at Deep Space 17 in their new home and unexplored um, area of space, begins their removal of key components and the salvaging of the USS Tenshi, along with reinforcing its what remains of its space frame for the potential recover of it and hopefully reconstruction of the US Tenshi at a later date. With the antimatter pods for the Tenshi safely removed, the crew, engineering crews, can safely work without fear of the USS Tenshi developing a catastrophic incident on the planet's surface. Scientific teams have established a remote research station on the surface of the planet to study the plant and wildlife of this new unexplored planet. And with that, we will cut to on board the station. Lieutenant Vogel,
Yes.
you haven't really. You've been kind of going here and there on the station, helping out over the past week. When the lead, say the department lead for the science department on board the station, approaches you. Lieutenant Sarah Vogel,
What's the rank?
Lieutenant, same rank as you.
Yes, Lieutenant. That's me.
Oh, I'm Lieutenant Alice Burke. I was. We set up a research. I'm sure you're aware we set up a research outpost on the surface, and I was wondering if you would like to be part of the research team.
Since I'm still awaiting order from Starfleet, I don't really have much to do, so I'd love to help you with your planetary research. It's better than being cooped up aboard the station, at least.
I really appreciate it with your uh, diverse fields and as well as your history at piloting. Be a great asset with the research team. I really appreciate it, Lieutenant.
It'd be my pleasure, Lieutenant.
I'll if you report to Shuttle Bay 2, we'll depart in one of the runabouts at 9:30.
Shuttle Bay 2, you say?
Yes.
And she, I kind of look around a little bit. I'm still kind of new here. How do I get there?
Just the turbolift should guide you. I believe they
I
got.
will meet. I will meet you in the shuttle bay then. Thank you, Lieutenant.
But yeah, it. See you there. Should be deck 34. She walks up. Is there anything else you wish to do?
Um, about how much time before I need to meet in the shuttle bay?
You got a couple hours. It's She caught you just sort of the start of Alpha Shift.
Okay. Um, well, in that case, I'm probably going to go and prepare because I don't know how long the mission's going to be, especially if they have something set up on the surface. So I'm going to prepare like a little, like an away bag type thing. Just some supplies and stuff, change of clothes, etc.
Okay, anything other than clothing, anything particularly you wish to take?
Probably not. I just make sure I have like my tricorder, science kits, what have you. Read up on the planet and some of the stuff that the scans found. Probably go to the promenade and get a breakfast or something after that.
Give me Inside Science difficulty 1 as you get to the promenade and you start kind of reading over like some preliminary things that they found on the surface so far. Gain a momentum.
There we go.
Um, on the surface, the trees and fauna are atypical, at least in development, very similar to Earth and other class M planets in terms of plant life for the most part. Certain deviations here and there that they mark for future discoveries. You notice that the planet does have a healthy abundance of a reptilian population. The planet seems to be slightly warmer than most at times, um, at least along the equator.
That was a diff one roll, right?
Yeah, so
Yes.
there is a momentum gained. And the planet has several large predators.
Yeah, so I'll just get the standard away gear. It's probably gonna need more hot weather gear than anything. Make sure
Uh,
my phaser is working.
the research outpost, like noted, is it's not too hot. It's more typical temperature range. Usually doesn't get above Fahrenheit wise, like 87 to degrees Fahrenheit. You're not going like I say dense like desert or dense jungle or desert region. They've kind of set up to more like a forest region in the northern hemisphere near where the Tenshi crashed at.
Cool. Yeah, but yeah, other than checking the gear and maybe getting a breakfast, is probably just trying to kill time until got a report. Probably give me time to write a personal log and such.
Meanwhile, on planet's surface, Lieutenant Elena 4, you've been sort of working pretty regularly on the Tenshi, helping with the removal of the antimatter storage pods, at least all but one, to help keep the warp core online until the Tenshi is ready to be lifted from the planet's surface and back into orbit. Many of the staff has been removing several components that have been damaged and ones that are not tailored to mission, or essential for the raising of the Tenchi.
I mean, but if we've got the warp core online,
There's no warp nacelles, and the ship can't power itself up out of the atmosphere on its own. Like, it has to be tractored by a ship up.
no, I was just asking, like, we have main power.
To a degree, yes.
I was confused because the fog is still up from my perspective. Like,
Yeah.
the map is obscured. I mean, I guess I'll continue at that. I don't have anything specific to salvage.
Really, it's just removing of damaged components and components that are not necessary. That could be repurposed. Yeah. This is, unless you want, you could also report back to the station and leave this to engineering crews.
I mean, if this is what I'm working on, this is what I'm working on. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Do I need to roll or?
Okay. No, I'm just. There is an ongoing extended task. It's not insanely difficult. It's just tedious. But it is a control engineering difficulty 3, work 25, magnitude 5, with a resistance of 1 to pull out and salvage components from the Tenchi that are not needed.
All right. I'll take an assist from Vori.
Okay.
That was my attempt to be Vori. It didn't go well.
Unfortunately, the one set of group of components you started working at is still attached to the ship's main power. You'll have to find a workaround to remove at least this set of specific components.
Well, I don't really have momentum to create an advantage, so I will just try again.
Okay. Managed to bypass a few systems and create a workaround. Go ahead and roll 7 challenge dice.
I'll use 1 to reroll 4.
That's currently 4 work.
Yep, I'll let that stand.
Okay. This task will be kind of off and on as they're as you're kind of working. Um, over in that part of the engineering section here, electric arc being fired as Leave pulls back his hands from being electrocuted. And you hear the words like, damn bugs.
What is the matter? I think he's a specialist.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the matter, specialist?
Uh, Nothing can handle it's just this planet. There's a bug that's been chewing through the wires. Really electrocuted myself on this EPS conduit. I'll go get the appropriate tools and bypass it.
Very well, continue. And I'll just walk over to the EMH and kind of point over towards Leith and say, looks, I believe someone could use some positive reinforcement.
Very well. Specialist, I do believe I've been told that you need a helping hand to engage in conversation.
Somebody want to role play Leaf so Prax doesn't have to talk to himself.
Apologies, I had to do something real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna high or low because whether or not Leaf will accept, a counseling from a hologram.
Low.
I mean, you could also just do like a post presence command or something.
Sure. Whoever is rolling for the, I'll let you guys roll for the supporting characters on the oppose.
Focus in psychiatry.
Sure.
Are you still rolling for Leaf?
Yeah, I
Mr.
was rolling for Vori. I thought I was to see if someone was going to jump in if they wanted to roll for Leaf, but I will roll for him real quick. Presence command, huh?
Yeah.
Presence
Yep.
command. No focus. That was really Leaf. He was identifying as Vori.
Does need help.
He's very persuasive. And the EC, the holographic counselor begins talking to Leaf about, getting to open up about his, struggles and what has happened to the Tenshi and how it's not his fault and his persistent bad luck on stuff is just mere circumstance. And the ECH can roll for the, well, roll for an advantage if you like, but there is no momentum on the proposal roll, but presence command difficulty 2 to create an advantage for Leaf to reduce the difficulty on his next task.
Since it's psychiatry, can I do presence medicine?
Sure. 2 momentum gained, and the advantage is created. And with that, we'll go back up to the station. Tucson, it's been all pretty quiet. There hasn't really been any traffic to the station, considering it is out on the very far reaches of, well, from Federation territory. There hasn't been too much stuff going on, but there has been a request from the science team to set up a security net on the surface of the planet around the temporary research outpost that they have created. And they would like your approval to send a team down to set up the security net for them to help keep large predators away from the research outpost.
Schools.
Are you here, Tuzat?
Yep. Sorry, was dealing with the dogs. I heard something about dealing with predators.
So duties on the station have been light because there hasn't really been any space traffic to the station. Um, especially since you guys got thrown 30 light years from your previous location. Um, a research team has set up a outpost on the surface of the planet to study the planet's plant and wildlife. And they put a request in for you yourself or a member, someone from your team to set up a security net around the outpost to help prevent large predators from coming near the outpost.
Probably a good idea. So do I need to make a roll to set up this net, or?
Well, are you going down to the planet, or are you?
Give me 1 sec.
Let's do a quick checkup. Garibaldi, what are you up to?
Garibaldi would be working through his caseload. Doing his morning or afternoon, whatever's appropriate appointment schedule. Checking up with Lieutenant Burke to make sure she's following the program. That sort of thing. If I don't have any morning appointments, then Garibaldi would be at the promenade. The station has something similar to the promenade, yeah.
Yeah, the traditional closer kind of acts as the promenade. There's a lot of shops and stuff.
If I don't have any morning appointments, then I would be up in the promenade coordinating volunteer activities with the civilian population.
Um, yeah, sorry, I was looking for to see if I have a token for this. A just a regular civilian walks up to you. You're the counselor, correct?
I am. Garibaldi, how are you today?
I'm doing fine, sir. Several of us were wondering since well, the Tesho closer is nice and all. We were wondering if there was suitable locations on the planet's surface below that the station is currently in orbit of, uh, for a little R&R. Well, you say more like a vacation location.
Well, it certainly is a beautiful planet. We need to finish. We want to make sure that it's safe for folks. There are several large predators down there, and we do want to ensure that it would be safe for folks. But that is an excellent idea. Perhaps we can get. Tell you what, I'll see if I can work with security. I know they're probably working on ways to secure the research labs down there. I don't see why we couldn't set up some recreation area. What's folks around here like do recreation? Set up maybe dom jot tables aren't good. You want camping, rock climbing, sports. What do you think interests you and your folks you've been talking to?
Several of my patriots would, well, it's varies, but many of them would honestly like to go swimming.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll work with security and the captain to see if we can, because we want to make sure we set up a secure position and study the wildlife there. I'd hate to have vacationing crew members get eaten by giant seafaring creatures we don't know anything about. Right?
Well, I mean, yes.
That would be bad. But that's an excellent idea, having some recreation facilities on the planet. It is a lovely place. Have you had a chance to go down yet?
It's off limits to civilians, which is why I'm asking you, counselor.
I will definitely talk to the captain about it, then coordinate with security. Once I know it's safe, I will insist with I will make a presentation to the captain to make that happen. What other needs you and your folks have been talking about? I know, I'm sure there are probably civilian counselors here on this level, but I think maybe you guys also need a voice with Starfleet.
Well, we haven't elected a representative for the civilian, crew members, but I mean, most of the civilians here are, they have family members who work within Starfleet. I'll talk to the others and some of the local business owners, see if we can't maybe get something started along those lines.
I think that's a good idea. I would want to. I think it's good for everybody's mental health that everybody feels like they have a part. I mean, this is still a Starfleet station. There are limits to, how much of a say civilians can have, but this seems to be like it's going to be our home for a while, and some sort of liaison, some connection between the civilian population and Starfleet would be healthy for everybody, and I think would be for effective operation of the station. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
What do you do?
You can tell like he's a bit stunned. Like he thought he would have to fight for this. He's like, "Oh, this is really easy." Uh, um,
Well, of course, he's talking to a guy with half a pip on his shoulder. Talk to the lowest ranked guy in the station.
I'll just shoot to this guy. Everyone else is busy. It's the counselor. He's just roaming around. I'll just. I just own a tailoring shop Just a simple tailor.
I mean, you're not like that tailor I heard about that's on DS9. I think what I hear, he's not exactly a simple tailor. You're just a simple tailor, though, right?
I'm just a tailor. I don't know what you mean by that.
Starfleet joke, I suppose.
Honestly, I have no idea who that is. I haven't never been to DS9.
It's an interesting place. That's what I hear anyway. I've never been there myself, really. So tailored to you get a specialty in your shop, some particular style that you're particularly good at.
Usually, I get requests to hem clothes and repair dresses. I do make pretty good suits.
Huh. Fantastic. I'll have to come see you sometime. It's you gotta get out of the Starfleet uniform occasionally. Gotta get comfortable. I tell you what, why don't and I'm sure the captain will be fine with it. What if you got you're talking about getting together with some of the business owners and the local residents? Tell you what, I'm Lieutenant Garibaldi Quicks. If you get a small, maybe a small focus group together, I'd be happy to sit in and answer questions from folks.
I will discuss it with everybody else. Thank you.
You're welcome. Fantastic. Just call me when you get something together. I probably need to go talk to the captain now.
Of course. And he heads back towards his shop.
Garibaldi's going to start heading to see the captain since the is temporarily unavailable. We go see the captain, and in the head he's chanting his mantra: "Better to ask forgiveness and permission. Better to ask forgiveness and permission." There may be a future value for this character.
So you going to see Captain Keller or the first officer who just joined us?
I think that the following chain of command would be more appropriate for Garibaldi to go talk to the first officer when he's available. Oh, Jacob is on.
Hello, sorry I'm late.
He snuck in when looking. Yeah, going to talk to the first officer would be more appropriate, following chain of command and whatnot.
Oh, Mr. Garibaldi, what brings you to my office on this fine day?
Thanks for meeting me, Exo. Look, I got this idea. Well, it's not really my idea. Garibaldi stops for a second, tilts his head like he's listening to an inner monologue. Look, I was approached by one of the civilians. I was up in the civilian area, looking for coordinating volunteer activities and checking on their counseling staff up there. And one of the local business owners, a tailor, approached me, and I was inquiring about R&R opportunities on the planet below us. He said the people he talked to were really interested in swimming. I was wondering if we could find a way to maybe move some of the science, some of the initial science survey to maybe one of the larger lakes on the planet's surface, and get a security analysis, which I got a tiny bit of experience and I could help out with that to make sure it's safe, and then arrange for some R&R for the civilians, let them get off the station.
At a certain point during the last third of that, Arif's gonna hold up his hands to try to get the counselor to listen, and I'm simply gonna say that sounds like a wonderful idea, counselor. I will see that it's done, in fact, right away. Um, I will assign the next team leaving to the surface. Tell you what, why don't you pick the lakes and forward it to my pad? Um, but that sounds great. I think, especially after an event like we've experienced, the entire crew deserves some R&R. However, we do need to make sure that it's safe. Those bugs were quite ferocious.
Yes, sir. And I made sure that was perfectly clear to the man I talked to, that we had to ensure people's safety before we could approve it. But they are getting a little stir crazy up there. Opportunity for some offsite R&R would do them well. And then, Commander, under the category of I might have overstepped a little, I suggested to this Taylor that it might be good for us to have a liaison between the local civilian population and Starfleet, for more efficient operation of the station. And so the civilians didn't, they had somebody to go to, other than randomly walking up to a junior officer just wandering around the promenade. And so I got the idea of maybe forming a focus group with some of the business owners, and maybe having them be an opportunity to ask us questions, and maybe elect a representative, someone that we could use as a liaison. And I'd be happy to help out with that too if you want, Commander. What do you think, sir?
First things first, a suggestion is not overstepping, an action is. And I think it is a wonderful suggestion, and I think it sounds like something you certainly appear to be quite qualified for. So if you want to spearhead that, I think that you would make a wonderful liaison. However, if you think there's someone that would encapsulate the position better, feel free to assign them. I'll rubber stamp whatever you decide.
Oh, thank you, sir. Garibaldi's thinking, hey, I'm just a Lieutenant JG. I'm getting all these cool responsibilities. What have I gotten myself into?
See, I thought he was thinking, wow, this is easy. I thought I was going to have to fight for this.
Well, thank you, Commander. I will, when the business owners and whatnot get together and they're ready to talk, I'll let you know how it turns out, sir. Thank you for your support.
100%. Oh, and if you do set up any sort of large gatherings or meetings, please let me know. I would love to attend. And as to the stir craziness of the crew, perhaps until we make sure that it's safe, if you could maybe set up a large ongoing holodeck program that people could ease in and out of.
Yes, sir. I'll get someone in engineering to help me with that. Any the station slush fund I could use to purchase programs? Not really good at the whole. Wait a minute. Scratch that. I know a guy that can design hologram. I think he can design holographic programs. I'll get back to you. I might need some slush fund, but I think one of the old Tenshi crew guys, gals, might know something about holograms and holographic projection. Can you mind if I maybe bring her in then on that?
These are the type of questions you don't need to ask, counselor. Just go with your best judgment on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, last thing while I got you heard anything from Starfleet on orders for the old Tenshi crew? It's been a couple of weeks, and they're starting to wonder.
GM, have I?
They haven't been reassigned, but they recommend that they be folded into Deep Space 17 for the time being.
Excellent. Actually, yes, Counselor, I have. It appears that your duties administering to the Tenshi crew might have to be a little bit more ongoing. Nobody's been reassigned officially, but the... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that flicking is feedback from my mic. When
Oh, okay. Yeah, no one's been officially reassigned, but I'm hoping that a number of them will elect to stay on Deep Space 17 for the time being, and I'm going to talk to the captain about that very issue. They've proven themselves nicely.
Very good, sir. I'll make sure we'll plan a little social when it's official. We'll put together some sort of social event. So welcome to Deep Space 17 kind of thing, with your approval, of course.
I'm just going to give him the arching eyebrow because I feel like I just answered that one.
Of course, sir. Yeah. I won't take up any more of your time, Commander. Thanks for your time, sir.
Excellent.
Commander, am I dismissed, sir?
Go away now, Counselor.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to say good-naturedly.
He's the youngest 900-year-old person you know.
Yeah. Exuberant.
He's a new officer, lieutenant junior grade. Don't forget the fact that he's got like 9 or 10 lifetimes behind him. He's still who he is. Symbiont or no.
Oh, the funny thing is, we're just about around the same age, and I am too old for that behavior. Exuberance left long ago. Yeah, as the counselor leaves, I am gonna sit back in my chair and continue what I was working on.
Okay, we'll come back to the two of you in a bit as we go back to Tuzat. Tuzat, you like the said earlier, you've had the request from the research team that set up the outpost on the surface of the planet to set up a security network, or security net, there to help protect the outpost and the researchers from predators that may or roaming predators that may attack them at a moment's notice.
Okay. So I need to go down to the planet.
That is your choice. You can go down to the planet, or you can set up a team to do that. It's whichever course of action you wish to take.
I will personally handle the security net.
Okay.
So I will go down to the planet.
A runabout will depart at 0930 hours, which is roughly at about like an hour or so, hour and a half or so.
Okay. I will inform my chain of command that I am heading down to the planet. So probably, I guess I'd let the XO know. I think he would be my next in line.
Safe travels.
Thank you, sir. I'll make sure we keep all the sheep in nice and safe.
Is there anything you wish to bring along with you?
No, I think should be fine. I mean, unless there's something like specific for a network that I need for this. I assume all the equipment for setting up a network is down there.
It'll be on the runabout, but
Okay.
like, is there any other equipment like Type 3 or body armor or other survival gear you wish to bring down?
I'll bring body armor just to keep all the stinging stuff off of me. You never know what you're gonna run into. Is that a cost of something to do that?
You have time to grab it. I'm just making sure there's not an escalation cost, which I think there is.
For what?
Body armor. I think it's escalation.
It's 1 in 1.
Yeah. So it's just the escalation costs you have to pay for, which is just 1.
Okay. So I'll do that, and I'll just take my standard equipment.
Okie dokie. Dr. Mountain.
Hello.
So it's been pretty light as you've been helping out with the medical staff on the station since you haven't been reassigned anywhere or anything like that.
Yep. Are we still
Um,
waiting for the transmission? How long was that supposed to be? A day or whatever?
No, you've already received multiple transmissions from Starfleet. It's
Still
just
nothing?
no. So the stating, like, you haven't been really informed of it. Everyone's been told to stay there for the time being until they assess the problem, essentially. So you're just on standby currently, as far as your character is aware.
Standby. All right, on standby. Pretty
Uh,
exciting for a standby, but that's good.
A Starfleet officer walks up and is like, excuse me, I was hoping to get some medical supplies for the research outpost on the surface of the planet.
Yes, I'm Dr. Mountain. And who might you be?
Random NPC.
You have a requisition form from the
Yes,
my officer?
I have a requisition from here from Lieutenant Burke.
Lieutenant Burke. Roger that. Do I remember who Lieutenant Burke is?
She was the one that was missing, and weird alien things happened around her.
She was the missing one, and this is her authorization?
She is the lead for the science department.
Currently.
So she is in charge of like the whole entire science division on the station currently.
Okay,
And
I will make note of it in my logs. Only in the perchance for herself, for her well-being. I'm just double checking.
no,
So-
the request. So the request form he's asking for is just medical supplies for the outpost.
No, I understand that part. I was choosing to record the information so that my character would have it, and so I will remember that and say thank you. I am not the person on duty, but if you go to the desk over there, you can find someone that can do that for you. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I just need these supplies delivered to Shuttle Bay 2. But thank you.
The research. What is the research down there currently?
We're
know?
studying the plant and animal life on the surface of the planet. Um,
Interesting. Have they found anything of note? Or are you not aware of such things?
I was just told to get the supplies, but I work in the stellar cartography department where I analyze stars and stellar formations.
Oh,
I'm
fascinating.
just helping Lieutenant Burke out.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you. I won't tarry you any longer.
Yes, sir. Walks up to the appropriate desk.
All right. Do I have a station here that I've been able to access?
You haven't been given one, but
But I can walk over to one of these and use accounts, medical
yeah.
and whatnot. Okay, well, I'll make my note in my log, and essentially look to see what the duty roster or assignment is for the research team, and see if Ellen of 4 is among them or not. See if they have a open time slot. In the near future.
They don't have an open slot, but you do notice that on the list is Lieutenant Vogel, but Eleanor has been attached to the salvage of the Tenshi.
Oh, right. I'm sure of that. All right. How long does that scheduled for? Does it say? At least for their recovery part.
It's unknown. It's an ongoing project.
Okay. Great. So I'll step forward and listen in on their conversation at the desk to see if there's anything of note.
Nothing of note really. There's just slight conversation and making sure the appropriate medical supplies get delivered to the shuttle bay in time for their departure.
From my cursory look, what was it being authorized?
It's basic medical supplies, stuff to repair minor injuries.
Tricorders, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Is this for the civilian population or for the
It's for
away teams too?
They've literally built a little outpost on the surface of the planet, like a small research outpost where they can conduct all planetary research on for the time being until they figure out what to do with the station. Essentially, it's a remote lab.
Oh, neat. Great. I'm going to send a request to the captain, or the duty officer, actually.
What's the request?
Permission to be assigned to the planet-side research base or facilities to do vibrology and other types of similar studies on the surface. At least be attached to the research mission, I guess.
Almost a half hour passes by after you send the request, Doctor, and then you get a notification to meet in Shuttle Bay 2.
Oh, great. I'll make my way there. And I'll help with the medical supplies if they haven't left already.
They left like.
Well, I'll
If-
catch up to them then at some point, and then maybe load them in. But I head that direction anyway.
Before I cut to the shuttle bay, is there anything anybody else wishes to do on the station?
Not particularly well. Garibaldi, since he's waiting for the civilians for the other project, he's going to follow up on the commander's suggestion and ask the computer where Elena Ford is.
I'm very popular.
You are.
Elena 4 is currently not on the station. Last assignment reported on USS Tenshi.
Very good. Jim, are the transporters working? Notice everyone seems to be taking shuttlecraft down to the planet.
Because they don't want to be scattered all over the universe.
It's a thing.
It's because they're doing bulk supplies and just in case, yeah, for the research outpost.
That makes sense.
Yes, the transporters are working.
All right. Well, then if the transporters are working, then Garibaldi's going to go to the nearest transporter and transport down to the Tenshi site and go find Elena 4. Which seems perfectly acceptable to him since the XO has given him carte blanche to do what he feels he needs to do. I'm sure he'll never regret that.
Well, you always give someone a leash. Or enough room for a leash.
I love how his just handle it, Lieutenant, turned into carte blanche.
The precarities of youth. That's are the doors working?
Yes, the doors are working.
Come in, look around and apparently not. Can I get through the door? So Garibaldi's going to go through that door that his token can move through, and seeing Elena 4 will walk up. Elena 4, can I talk to you for a moment?
You may speak.
Thank you. So, Lieutenant, I read in your file that you're good with holograms, right?
Yes, it was necessary for our survival, and I continue to enjoy it.
Ah, fantastic. I need a favor, and since you're kind of between assignments now, the XO said I could assign people for a task. And like I said, I read in your file that you're really with holograms. You ever write any holodeck programs? I mean, I bet you'd be really good at that.
I designed several holographic simulations for training during the academy and several for productivity in my last assignment.
Fantastic. Well, I have a unique assignment for you, Lieutenant. What we need, and until we can secure some on-site R&R down here on the planet, is I need to find a large space to turn into a fairly well-sized holodeck, and then design some R&R programs for both our Starfleet crew and civilian use. And I think, based on your file, you would be perfect for that. I also think that it would be good for you personally, for your personal development, to branch out beyond training and other type similar simulations, and maybe program something for rest and relaxation. What do you think, Lieutenant?
What does one do for rest and relaxation?
Well, currently the civilian crew wants to be able to go swimming, and I'm working on getting the lake area secured. Some people play sports. Some folks just want a place, like a nice beach to lay out in the sand. All sorts of things for R&R. I mean, it's not that similar. Not that some of it's not that different from training. Some of it could be, some sports activities are not that different from training. You got rules, you got guidelines, you got a ball you put through a net thing.
What are the efficiency targets for these rest and relaxation programs?
Efficiency target?
All training simulations have efficiency targets.
Well, that would be set by the particular user. The goal, as it were, if you want to equate goals with efficiency target, is to significantly lower the stress level of the crew.
Training simulations are bad for stress reduction. They do quite the opposite.
Right. That's why we do R&R simulations. Swimming, beach volleyball. Queelate named a couple of Star Trek, Star Trekky sports.
Are you sure self-set parameters would be acceptable? I find that users rarely are willing to push themselves towards maximum efficiency if they set their own targets.
Well, part of the idea of rest and relaxation, Lieutenant, is not pushing towards maximum efficiency, because the idea of maximum efficiency for relaxation, that's contradictory. The idea is to recharge. Do you still use one of those rechargey chamber things that I read about in the file on the board?
Just as much as you use one of them sleepy small bed things that I read about in those biological files.
Exactly. Now, what's the purpose of your regeneration chamber thingy?
Regeneration?
For what purpose? What happens if you don't reduce? What happens if you spend and go through an extended period of time without spending time in your regeneration node? That's what it's called, right?
I do not regenerate.
Wait, help me out here. I didn't do so good in my engineering classes, so you gotta dumb it down to my level here, Lieutenant. But what happens if you don't do your chamber thingy for an extended period of time? What are the negative consequences for you? How does it affect your efficiency?
Well, death tends to minimize efficiency.
Well, death is bad, yes. But before that, your efficiency is reduced, right? Am I correct?
No, I have protocols to disable functions until I die. I can remain at near peak efficiency until, well, I will just fall over and cease to be.
That would be most unfortunate. But see, most species don't operate that way. And I imagine that before you were assimilated, you didn't operate that way either. for humans and, well, maybe not Vulcans, but for humans and Andorians and Trill and other species, not only do we need to sleep, to recharge batteries, but all sleep does for us is it recharges our physical peak, brings our physical efficiency up. We also need to bring up our mental efficiency. And we do that through rest and relaxation. We do that through entertainment. We do that through having fun. And that's what I need this hologram program for. Can you help me? I mean, we can work together to design the parameters, but I'm asking, can you help me build the extra size holodeck on the station? And with some input from me and some of the folks that would be using these programs, could you help write the programs? Because I am totally worthless when it comes to writing. Like I said, I didn't do so good in engineering.
I will write some simulations.
Okay. But you can help me build the holodeck, right?
I have about 2 holodecks worth of holodeck components.
I told you you'd be perfect for this job. All right, so I know you're busy with this thing here, but when you get time to start working on this project, come find me and I'll help you work on the simulations and what they should look like and feel like and smell like. Give you some ideas. Okay.
Yes, I will help you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lieutenant. By the way, how have you been doing? How you been adjusting to this change?
If you need, you can request the ECH give you a full diagnostic.
Okay. Not hoping to hear it from you directly, but I can do that. Not comfortable with me. That's fine. I'll just coordinate with your personal holographic counselor. I'll let you get back to work. Thanks, Lieutenant. Let me know when you're ready to start on the next project. And the counselor will wander off. Essentially, all the counselors down. How far from the Tenshi is the research station?
Oh, about 100 kilometers. It's a good hike.
Oh, that's a long way.
Yeah.
Then Garibaldi will get transported back up to the station and start making plans and reports, and he might take a trip down to the science research station just out of curiosity to see what's going on.
Okay. Top. You do eventually beam back up, and then we'll head over to Shuttle Bay 2. Where Vogel is currently AFK. So, real quick. And so is the commander. Doctor, you run into Tuzat as both of you are waiting to board the shuttle. Well, the runabout.
Ah, good morning, Doctor.
Lieutenant, how are you today?
Oh, another fine day. Have
Indeed.
to get a network set up to ensure the safety of all the researchers down there. Wouldn't want anyone getting chewed up.
I mean, those bugs, there's more of them.
Well, bugs, and I'm sure there's other nasty critters down there with all kinds of sharp teeth.
There's some critters down there that sharp teeth wouldn't be able to touch, but still get you pretty good. If you know what I mean. Other kinds of bugs, get it? Bugs, large mosquito things, and bugs like a cold. We wouldn't want anybody getting a nasty fever down there, now, shall we?
No. That's most undesirable, Doctor.
Indeed. So yeah, so I'm gonna go down there and at least keep an eye out on things, make sure nobody's picking anything up here and there. I hope. I think that's why I was called down here. I was told to report here. Who's the commanding officer in this area? Is it you?
I don't think so. I'm a lieutenant junior grade, so.
Who's the duty officer? Lieutenant Suzon, right?
Yeah. Not sure. Who is the
Lieutenant
duty
Burke
officer?
is in charge of the
Oh, good.
research team. Oh, all of you are early. Dr. Mountain, I wasn't expecting you to come along, but you're more than welcome to. I think
Thanks.
doing research in biology to see what dangerous pathogens could,
Yeah, and also I'd like to take a look at the genetic structure of the inhabitants of the whole planet. See if there's any interesting things to look up for research purposes and keeping everybody safe from bugs and stuff.
I'm sure you work well with Dr. Fargo.
Ah, yes, perhaps I would agree. How are you feeling today?
She kind of looks at you like strangely. I feel fine. Just been very busy.
Great, and you would say you're not stressed too much, I hope, but you're not exhibiting any symptoms. I'm just doing a routine check before you even get to the planet. So, just
I'm fine,
curious.
Doctor.
I hope so. You look. Anyway, carry on. Where would you like me to wait? I can help.
You can help
whatever
assist
capacity.
load the rest of the supplies up if you like, Doctor.
Great.
I got doing last minute inventory checks. Make sure we have everything.
Yes. Well, good luck with that.
Lieutenant Vogel, do you have a moment?
Sure thing, Lieutenant.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
I do hope you
Doctor?
don't mind piloting the runabout down.
Oh, not at all.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's just getting ready to start the pre-flight.
I'll let you know when we're all ready to go.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Lieutenant.
No. Thank you for joining this expedition. And she walks up to goes over to the supplies and starts.
So, how are you liking it here so far? I see you got a flying assignment. I hear.
Yes, although I'm still waiting on official orders from Starfleet.
Same. I'm not sure what happened, but they're not telling us either. But I'm gonna go down and check out the research facility and maybe do some bug checks just in case. But are you duty to fly back and forth, or are you gonna be down there for a little while?
I'll more than likely assist with some of the botany challenges. I'm sure there's plenty of new species of plant life down there
Oh,
that
indeed. Yeah,
that we'll categorize and begin to study.
that's fascinating.
It's just
Yeah.
nice to get off the station. I'm starting to feel a bit cooped up.
Yeah, I was debating that myself. But yeah, I'll see you on there. I'm gonna help put these supplies away. Stow
Yeah,
them up for you. I'll let you know when they're secure.
I should really get started on the pre-flight checklist.
Yeah. All right. See you in the cockpit area.
See you in the shuttle, Doctor.
Hey, can I go help with medical? Adding stuff onto the shuttle. Hey there.
And yeah, Vogel will just begin doing the runabouts pre-flight checklist, getting everything powered up, warmed up, and ready to go.
Okay, you do that. Um, after you do your pre-flight check, everything looks okay, and Lieutenant Burke approaches you once more while you're in the cockpit.
Nice, you found a runabout one. I'm gonna put that one as the pilot seat for this flight. Just because.
Lieutenant Vocal, I believe we're ready to depart.
Yes, just finishing up the rest of the checklist now, Lieutenant. Is everything all loaded up?
Yep, all security and medical equipment are safely stored away.
What's the runabout name?
You guys didn't really name the runabout, so.
I can't read the name. What is that? Nuthrop? Can't read the name on the front of that.
Just make something up, doesn't matter.
I put a list of like lakes and stuff.
Deep Space 17. This is Runabout Tahoe. Requesting permission for departure.
Runabout Tahoe, you are clear to depart.
Looks like we're ready, Lieutenant.
Please just call me Alice. No use going back and forth with Lieutenant.
All right, Alice. Looks like we're ready.
Take us out. Go ahead. Just give me a control con difficulty of 0. Assisted by the runabout's engines. Con.
I'm gonna use the momentum, see if I can build more. What the shit? That's weird. Did I log out or something?
I have
So-
you 3 successes for it.
I know it's not letting me access any of the sheets without putting in a password, which is weird as shit.
Just close about browser and refresh.
If someone wants to get the runabout, because that's weird.
What's the runabout? Engines plus
Engines con.
engines con.
Boo, shit, boo. Oh, we got 3 momentum out of it.
3 momentum gained. And you glide the runabout very easily down to the research outpost, which is kind of in an open plain area. There appears to be a forest on the other end and a little bit of a mountainous region off to the east. And it appears there might be a lake nearby.
I'm gonna search for the landing pad and bring her in nice and easy.
And you touch pad on the designated area that's for landing the runabout.
Looks like we're here.
Excellent flying. Do you mind if I call you Sarah?
Yes. That'll be fine.
Excellent flying, Sarah. And she gets up and heads and opens the door. Fresh air. And yeah, she starts orders to get the supplies unloaded and into the outpost. What are the 3 of you doing?
Helping to unload the science supplies.
Obviously, working on security supplies.
Okay.
Taking in some of the views, if there are any, as I'm doing it.
You do take a look at the views. It's kind of reminiscent of almost, your home on Montana. Quite beautiful.
Forested, mountainous, plainsy.
You're currently in a plains location. There is a forest region, not that far from the outpost. And then, like, over by where the plains are, you do see, like, a mountainous region off in the distance.
Place like this makes you forget about home.
Uh, Currently, Lieutenant Burke is unloading, supplies, and as you catch up, and she kind of heard you guys like, makes me hope that Captain Keller will approve the request to make this installation permanent.
Definitely worst spots for setting up a research outpost. This
Well,
reminds me so much of home. It's unbelievable.
there's enough diversity just in walking to distance that'll keep us busy for months, if not years. And with the runabout, we can study the coastline that's, a few hundred kilometers in eastern direction. Beats being stuck on a station. And in a sealed environment.
Well, let's get these supplies unloaded and then we could take in the majesty of this place.
Lieutenant Burke, you need to see this. Of course, Marcus. Sorry, can you take over, Lieutenant Vogel? I need to deal with this, apparently.
Not a problem.
And she walks off with one of the other researchers who was already here. And yeah, Tuza, you get the equipment security cam and you begin unloading it. And there's several, large poles and stuff like that to set up, around the compound.
Okay.
Um,
So I will work on that.
just give me a reason plus security difficulty too to kind of figure out the optimal location to place the essentially security net up at.
Okay, I will use 1 momentum to activate cautious security. Can I use observation for observing where the best spots are?
No,
Okay, that's fine. I don't think any of the others are gonna work.
no.
Okay, here we go. I will reroll one.
17s, man. Ooh. Does the roll stand?
Yep. I failed to set up the
Well, it's the
system.
spot a location. So it's more of a succeeded cost here. So there is a complication.
Okay.
You set up the security net, and as you go about and you eventually place everything after spending several couple hours doing this. You think that it may not be quite optimal at a certain distance, and you think they just it's to you it's just a placement of the outpost, like type deal. Like there might be a slight gap in coverage.
Well, that's not good. I'll try to obviously make the gap as small as possible, because of course the life forms will find that gap.
Give me control plus security difficulty 2 to kind of turn up the setting on the security field to close in the gap.
Okay, I'll use another momentum for cautious security. I guess I'll reroll one. Rolling like a champ. More
17s. 17s again. Wow.
What are the odds?
That's your lucky number today, apparently.
Apparently, I can't boost them either.
Apparently, there's just this outpost does not have enough power. You figure you need a bigger field generator to get the security net, at optimal efficiency.
Okay. Is there any power packs or anything like at the site that I might be able to kind of jury rig into it to kind of force more power into it?
I'll let you spend your determination to create the advantage that you find a way to get enough power to the actual grid. Uh, Unfortunately, though, there is a bit of a downside to it. I want to create a complication if you wish to use your determination. Otherwise, the generator for the outpost will have to be replaced and upgraded to get the appropriate power. Do that.
Testing, testing. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, you can hear you.
Okay. So can I attempt to upgrade the power myself to meet my needs, or do I need to have?
I'll give this to you. So
Okay.
the only other place you can upgrade the power from is you're gonna have to scavenge the auxiliary power from the runabout to get this defense grid fully online.
Ah, okay. Then I will contact the XO, run it by them.
Arif here.
Yes, sir. I'm having some difficulties with the security perimeter here. It seems I can't quite get the amperage that I need to fully activate these sensors. I was wondering if I could have permission to remove the runabout's auxiliary power unit to supplement my power needs.
What are the potential dangers, LT?
Well, if I don't do this, there will be gaps in the security field, which could allow dangerous predators to munch on our scientists. If I remove the power or the auxiliary power unit, obviously the runabout won't have it should some sort of emergency come up.
GM, how many runabouts are currently not in use in the station?
Four, apparently.
Well, why don't we do this, LT? First things first, do you feel comfortable removing the power unit?
I think I'd give it a good go, sir. Although,
Well-
been having some bad luck today, but I'm sure it's bound to change now.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't you grab an engineer simply to assist you? I, however, have full confidence, and as you're removing that, I will send a second runabout to you. That way, if there's an emergency, you all still have a ship.
Very good, sir.
Excellent. Good luck.
I don't believe in luck, sir.
In that case, be safe.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is gonna be daring plus engineering difficulty 3 to remove and use the runabout auxiliary supply to help power the defense grid.
Okay. Engineering. What was the first one?
It's daring engineering
Okay.
diff 3.
Diff 3. Okay. I will. I'll give you 3 threat to roll 4 dice. I don't think any of these will count. So, all right. Here goes nothing. 17. I got 2 more 17s. How many 17s is that now? 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've had 7 17s now.
Does the roll stand?
I guess. Do I still have my?
You still have your determination, yes.
All right. I will go ahead and use my determination. Can't let my crewmates down, as I don't want to screw up the security net and
Sure.
have somebody get eaten. All right. So I will re-roll all 4, and can we make a 17 a natural one for this?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. I got another 17.
You wish to succeed at cost.
Sure.
You rip out the auxiliary power unit. Well, as you're unloading, you kind of notice that the chief of security is ripping key components out of the runabout. And in order to get this gap closed, you had to rip out more components than you realized, and the runabout is inoperable and can't be moved.
Whoops. I can fix that. Yeah.
Yes, Vogel, you notice that the head of security for the station, while he was setting up this, he literally tore apart the runabout.
Tore about the runabout.
It can't fly because it can't generate its own power anymore. He's using it to augment the security net for the research outpost.
I'm assuming I just walk out of the research post and see him pulling parts off of the runabout.
Yes.
I just kind of stop and look at him and I say, "What the hell are you doing?"
Well, it's a long story. But, if you got 17 seconds, I could probably tell it to you.
I mean, yeah.
Well, let me tell you. You ever questioned the number 17? I was looking through the power grid, and it just seemed like the number 17 kept popping up. And random things, numbers of wires, algorithms, 17 just kept popping up. I thought it was very suspicious, so I pulled it all out.
Are you okay?
Yes. But it's best that I not see any more 17s.
Just please keep a list of everything you removed.
Oh, yes, it's and then he noticed there's 17 items on the list. He looks very concerned.
I'll just kind of shrug if he's keeping a list and keep working.
All right. So having destroyed the runabout, can I at least fix my security perimeter now?
Oh, that's the complicated. You got it up and going now. You don't have to roll anymore. You're good.
Good. I don't think I can roll any more 17s.
Meanwhile, on the Tenshi. Lieutenant Elena 4. You and your engineering staff continue to pull out the key components. And you'll note that some of the engineers have noticed that, strain, like parts of the, some of the wiring harnesses have been chewed through.
Do we have internal sensors?
For the moment, yes.
I'd like to scan for all macroorganisms that don't have comm badges.
Reason plus science, or I guess you could say also security difficulty 2. I will roll. I don't think I brought over the Tenshi sheet, so yeah, I did.
Does this count as involving a computer?
No, you're not. You're not using the ship's computers.
It doesn't say I need to use the ship's as be assisted by the computers, just that it needs to be involved.
Oh, yeah,
Because
sure.
it's the
Then
direct,
yeah.
it's the neural interface. Okay.
Ooh, poor ship. Doesn't one of the implants let you re-roll a die?
No, I have cortical node that gives me +3 resistance to non-lethal attacks, immunity to being intimidated or threatened.
Okay, I'll take one as threat, and then the other complication can stick. You do succeed though. Unless you want to do something with that complication.
No.
Sensors indicate that there's a small comes up as beetle. Small, numerous beetles currently in the Jeffries tubes throughout the ship.
Has the science team logged these beetles yet? Enough to know what their natural predators are?
No, they haven't logged it yet.
Okay. They're only in the Jeffries tubes right now?
They're around the power conduits, but yes, they're currently only in the Jeffries tubes throughout the ship.
Do we have any people in Jeffries tubes?
As part of the complication, yes.
How many are there?
The number is not tangible. That could literally be millions. Like the ship is infested with them.
I'm gonna order everyone back to engineering. I think my plan is probably to like vent some plasma through the Jeffries tubes or something.
Present command difficulty of 2. To order everybody to main engineering. There's roughly about 30 or 40 people on board the Tenshi currently.
I'm gonna use my determination. Working with others is always better.
You're not really working with them. You're, in my mind, you're more like trying to make sure everyone's is safe.
Can I use mission directive then, since the ship will be much more difficult to recover if we don't deal with this problem?
Yeah, you can use mission directive.
Okay. Because I'm sitting at an 8 total with a complication range of 3.
No comp, but you managed to get everybody to main engineering, and everyone's got like the main engineering is becoming extremely crowded. They all kind of look at you like, what's going on, Lieutenant?
I'm rerouting plasma exhaust through the Jeffries tubes. I did not want to injure anyone.
Wait, that could damage the components.
We will endeavor to make it low intensity, short duration. Enough to harm biologics, not enough time to start melting plastics or metals.
you have more of those mosquitoes on board or something, Lieutenant?
We have millions of beetles chewing on insulation.
Oh. Do you need a hand?
Yes, you can help me calculate the burn.
Daring plus engineering, difficulty F3, complication range 2. To eliminate the beetles from the ship.
Would this count as using the ship's computer?
I mean, yeah, you're interacting with the ship's computer too, but yeah.
Okay.
Keep note, it's gonna get a little toasty in the ship.
By toasty, we still mean like human habitable. Like no one's gonna start dropping dead, right?
Insulation through the Jeffrey tubes should, squelch, major side effects of it, but think of like a really hot sauna.
Yeah. Well, I'm immune to pain and fear, so unless someone brings it up to me, I don't care.
Just say Andorians might have a big problem with it, but
I will. ECH, please begin distributing water from the replicators. It might become hot.
understood.
I'll give you 2 threat. Oh, we're really counting on what's his name here.
Which one's it? Which what's his name? Are you getting from?
I think Leith is who the GM was roleplaying as.
Engineering. Yeah, I don't see any focuses that will help with him. Hey, I made a roll.
And yeah, it gets extremely warm as inside the ship for a few minutes, and it will remain so after the plasma is dispersed through the entire ship through the Jeffries tubes, eliminating all the beetles.
I think now is a good time for a lunch break while we wait.
And some of the crewers are like, I think maybe head back up to the station. Whew. And multiple groups of engineers decide to head back up to the station unless you say otherwise to get out of the heat, essentially, because you're in a giant oven currently.
No, they're all fine to go. It's a great time for roasted beetle if you're into that.
I mean, these things are not very big. They're pretty small. Do you wish to continue working on while it's slightly toasty on the ship, removing some of the ship's components?
Yeah.
Control engineering, difficulty 3.
I'll spend the momentum.
Oof.
I'll just have to stand. I don't have determination.
For the complication, I just increased the difficulty by 1 as some of the components are really too hot to touch that you would find yourself with, 3rd-degree burns despite your pain receptors nullifying the pain. As the ECH is like, I would not touch it if I were you, if you do not like having your fingers being melted off. Most of the engineers, they've beamed back up to the station until the ship has time to cool off.
If I can't do that, then I'll go find the computer and engineering and begin designing a couple of recreation programs to maximize fun.
Let's make this reason plus engineering difficulty of 2, but I'm gonna have the complication range at 3.
Focus in holographics.
Yes.
Take 2 threat. I mean 1 threat. You said it was difficulty what?
Difficulty 2,
Okay.
but complication range is 3.
Uh, and I'm using a computer.
Yeah, so it'll be 2 threat.
Oh, 2 threat, yeah.
No threat.
Oh, no, I didn't roll it. Yeah.
You get a momentum, and you think as you look through the database and design a reasonable program based off historical records from Earth, and I'll let you come up with whatever that program is.
Mm. Oh, you know what? I think I find that there are things called amusement parks where the goal is to maximize the amount of activities you can do in one day, regardless of how much suffering it causes. So that, yeah, I will make rest and relaxation programs where you have to maximize the number of things you do at
Because that
Legoland.
doesn't sound like an Ellen thing at all.
Yeah, you have to do the most possible things at Legoland. And there's 2 modes. One mode where you set the difficulty 1, where you're required to enjoy 85% of the attractions to succeed.
All right, next session, Ellen's theme park. Um, Arif, what are you currently doing?
I'm sorry, I just got back. I am in my office. Paperwork, unfortunately.
You just talked with the essentially the shuttle bay for to send out another runabout to the research outpost. They come back and tell you that even though they have 4 available runabouts, all 4 are currently in service, and it will be some time before they can send one down.
What is the closest one at the moment? What is its current mission or objective?
The remaining runabouts are currently faring. They were taking supplies or the components from the Tenshi and bringing them up to the surface to alleviate strain on the transporters. Some of them have some volatile components. Others are just miscellaneous components.
One of the non-volatile component runabouts. Is it possible to order them and divert them to the away team?
They're all rated for cargo, and they will not be able to ferry passengers.
I mean, in which case, it's time for them to work double time. Actually, no. Crew comes first. I'm gonna tell them or them to dump the cargo. They can always repack it.
It would take them several. I'll roleplay that, sir. It would take us several hours to unload the cargo.
So first things first, I'm gonna remember exactly which officer told me there was 4 runabouts available. The second, status on. Oh, that is a fair point. I'm sorry because I had to step away for a moment. Is there any reason for me to believe that the crew is in immediate danger?
No, there is no reason. The other runabouts that are available, they're down for maintenance and would be completed, later on during the day. It'd be, towards the evening before they would send a runabout down. It wouldn't be immediate. And it's kind of the same with the ones that are currently ferrying cargo from the Tenshi to the station, because if they have to unload the cargo, it would take them a while.
Fair enough. I'm gonna be a little calmer about the situation, and I'm simply gonna ask them to work double time and get one down there as soon as possible because I promised the crew a ride and I want to deliver.
So you want them to prioritize one runabout instead of all 4, so it gets done quicker?
That would be wonderful.
Just give me presence command difficulty 2.
Absolutely. And actually, I kind of feel like this is important. Can I use my determination as a well-made clock will keep you on time?
Sure.
Alrighty. Oh, looks like that was unnecessary, but feels good.
Gain 2 momentum, and yeah, they come back and tell you like, Commander, we can have one down there in 4 to 6 hours. There are just some things we just can't rush, but we'll get a runabout down there as soon as possible.
Excellent, good job. Try to keep it closer to 4. But other than that, keep me updated hourly, please.
Understood, sir.
And I'm just gonna nod and sit back down.
All right. As you sit back down and reading reports that are fairly mundane, what's going on, you do get a report coming back that most of the engineer on board the Tenshi has beamed back up from the Tenshi to the station, dealing with a slight infestation problem inside the Tenshi, and they're waiting for it to cool off as Lieutenant Elena Ford decided to, since the bugs were located in the Jeffries tubes, evacuated to everyone to main engineering and eject plasma through all the Jeffries tubes to kill the infestation.
There is a whole lot about that that I do not want to unpack. Oh boy. Was there any injuries or
No, most of the crew decided to beam up because it was too hot to work inside the Tenchi for the time being. Elena Ford decided to remain on the Tenchi for the time being.
is she the only one that elected to remain?
Pretty much.
I'm gonna hit my comm badge and let's see here. Tizot is on the planet, correct?
Tuza is at the research station, setting up the security network. Sorry, yeah, he's at the research outpost currently, setting up the security network or net.
Um, I'm gonna tap my comm badge and try to connect with the chief.
Like Tuza, like the security head of security, or
Yes. Sorry, I apologize. Uh, Arif to Lieutenant Tuzat.
Go ahead, sir.
It would appear that Lieutenant Eleanor Four is isolated on the Tenshi. Could you please send a couple security officers? I believe they had some trouble with an infestation, and just in case her plan wasn't completely successful, um, I'd like someone to keep an eye on her just in case.
Yes, sir. I just finished up my grid. I could probably go myself if you like.
Excellent. Please do so, and if you can, your skill in engineering might be able to assist her get the work done quicker.
Yes, my skill in engineering.
There would have definitely been amusement in Arif's voice as he said that. But I'm going to say very well. Thank you, and be safe.
All right. I guess I'll start heading that way.
Are you walking there, or are you doing a site-to-site transport?
I'll do a site-to-site transport and see what a 17 gets me. So I guess I'd ask the station to beam me over there. Somebody who doesn't have 17s.
I'm gonna make a roll for this. So this is going to be a control plus engineering assisted by the station, sensors plus engineering. That's gonna be the transporter room. So base 2 goes up by 1 from non-transported. So difficulty 2. Control plus engineering. Assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering.
Are you rolling this or am I rolling this?
Someone needs to use a supporting character that's on the station.
I hear tons of volunteers for that.
Shouldn't be me because I'll roll a 17.
Let's see what we got in engineering. You got anybody that's good with transporters?
It wouldn't be It wouldn't be Leaf or Vori because
They're on the planet.
they've beamed up, but they're on break essentially since they're all.
Well, neither of the other two engineering
Could be,
they had transporters.
we have a chief petty officer.
Yeah, I'm looking for a guy. I'm looking for somebody with the focus in transporters.
In Gauls.
Oh, look, he does.
Transporters, your replicators.
Yeah. Oh, you want to roll for him there, Doc?
Kyle Engel, sure. What's his role?
So just pull up his character.
Engineering and what? Control engineering for transporters. Is that true?
Control engineering difficulty 2, assisted by the station's sensors plus engineering.
Okay, he has a specialty in transporters and replicators. And can he take a momentum for an extra die?
He can if he wishes.
He will.
And sensors engineering for the station, right?
Yes.
I gotta stop rolling for ships and NPCs.
You rolled a 17, didn't you?
I might have. Let me see. I can't tell in all that gobbledygook.
It's the bottom left number, 17.
There's
Oh,
a
look at that.
17.
I rolled a 17.
All right,
You're
well.
Rick.
Okay. Here's the he doesn't have determination. So, and this is his first use, so he doesn't have a reroll or anything like that. So the only option you have is to cede a cost. There will be a complication, or the roll fails, and he will be unable to do the site to site because the transport system is overloaded.
I'll take it at cost.
Oh boy.
He rematerializes 17 pieces.
Tuza, you beam from where you were at on the planet surface, and you rematerialize not at the USS Tenshi, but off in the distance, you actually see the saucer section of the USS Tenshi. You appear to be 17 kilometers away from the station, or not station, the ship.
For a second, I thought you were gonna say I was floating in space. Like, ah, crap.
No. The state class means you get to near your destination. Just the complication is you're thrown, not
All right.
at the.
I will start jogging my way over to the ship.
Okay. And you do that. While the transport chief realizes his goof, Garibaldi, you step into the transport room to beam down to the research lab.
Hey, Chief. Good to see you again. You look slightly worried.
So I'm going to roleplay the chief.
Yes, sir.
You okay, Chief?
I just saw weird. It's an anomaly. I'm not sure. I guess I don't understand. Maybe I should run a diagnostic.
Something happened?
Can I confirm that they landed properly?
They beam down. They're just much further away from their destination than what you intended.
Oh, this parameter must have been. Oh, that's the origin. Okay, sorry. How far away is the distance difference?
17 kilometers.
Sir, hold on one moment. Let me check. Can I run a quick diagnostic? It seems to be working fine. Can I try again? To try to get them site to site to their proper location.
He's already jogging and on the move, and it's going to be a lot harder difficulty.
Well, sir. Yeah, they're a little ways away from their intended site, but we can try to get them to stop running towards there or something.
Well, Garibaldi came in because he wanted to beam down to the research lab,
Okay.
research outpost, but that's when he asked you. But as terms for Tuzat, it's a 10-mile, jog for him.
Yeah, I mean, if he wanted you to try again, he'd probably call up. You'll be all right, Chief. Hey, can you send me down to the science station, please?
I will do my best, sir.
You will do absolutely fine this time. You will be all right.
I appreciate your confidence, sir.
Control plus engineering, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering. This will be difficulty 1.
Okay. Do we want to fish for dice or for momentum?
Yeah, I mean, we're already we got your 2 dice and my 1, so we're already kind of fishing.
There you go.
How about that?
I did it anyway.
what's that? 4 momentum gain, Prax?
Yes, 4 momentum gained. And you being
well, the diagnostic seems to have corrected any anomalies. Sure, bye.
Poor Tuzot.
Hey, what the?
yeah, poor Tuzot. Just all the bad luck today.
I'm sure it'll pass in 17 days or so. In the next episode of Deep Space 17, the security chief petitions the station to be renamed.
Yeah, can we make it like 16 or something?
The name has been put in place for well over 100 years, so you're out of luck.
Seems like it's overdue for a new name.
Nope, denied. 17 is a prime number. It's good luck.
That might be the problem with these 17s everywhere, is because it's the goddamn name of the station. Yeah, you want to go to the planet? Well, I'll fix you.
Station has an AI with hurt feelings. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah.
The supplies have been unloaded. Also, scene change, so you go down 1 momentum. And
Yay.
Lieutenant Burke is looking over with another researcher, and they're looking at it's in sort of a containment field, but he's going over some analysis that he just finished on a sample he just collected when Garibaldi beams in.
Hey, Lieutenant Vogel, how are you doing?
Hello, counselor. How are you?
That's an excellent day. Beautiful down here.
It reminds me so much of home. The
Ah,
plains, nearby woods, the mountain ranges.
it is beautiful. You must come from a beautiful home.
If I didn't know any better, I would have swear that they just took Montana off of Earth and placed it here.
Well, if this is what your Montana looks like, I'm gonna have to visit it sometime.
Very similar, wouldn't you say, Dr. Mountain?
Oh yes, definitely. I do hope I can recover that saddle your dad gave me. It's still on the Tenshi somewhere, probably in the quarters, but who knows for sure.
Been meaning to try to get over to the Tenshi myself, see if my room is still there.
Well, the last time I knew it was infested with bugs, so I'll wait until we sort that out before we try another rush into there.
Tell you what, it's almost like this station doesn't need a counselor. Y'all have great ideas. We should tell the XO that we should get a separate crew together, just to maybe Tenshi folks to find and recover personal items. You know what? The commander's kind of told me when it comes to, kind of indicated to me, not in so many words, that when it comes to the social and mental health of the crew, I've got his full support. What do you guys think about that? We put together I hate to call it a salvage crew. Let's call it a reclamation crew. That'd be a great idea.
I'm sure a lot of the old crew of the Tenshi will be appreciative of that.
Fantastic idea. You folks from the Tenshi, you are top notch. I hope you guys decide to stay with us on Deep Space 17.
Well, for the time being, I think we don't really have much of a choice. Neither myself nor Dr. Mountain have received new orders.
Oh, well, don't tell anybody I told you, but little birdie told me that that we're probably going to try to fold the Tenshi crew into Deep Space 17. Make this y'all's new home. Love to have you. That doesn't sound good.
So I think I'm outside of the science thing. I'm trying to figure out what that peeping is.
It's a console warning.
I will try to find the council.
You notice that Lieutenant Burke went over to the console where it was peeping at.
Is everything okay, Alice?
She kind of looks at you for a second. If I could have everyone's attention, I'll have to ask everyone to remain indoors for the next 6 hours. All further expeditions outside into the forest or around the planet will have to be put on hold for the time being.
What's going on, Lieutenant?
A tropical storm had just made landfall. We were hoping it was going to miss us, but apparently it's on track to head towards this facility. Shouldn't be anything really major. It's just don't want anyone to get hurt outside. Expecting lightning strikes, wind speeds between 40 to 60 kilometers per hour, and lots of rain.
Is the shelter rated to handle the winds?
We expected as much from, but the shelter should at least hold against a Category 3 hurricane, so we should be fine.
That sounds exciting.
Take it you've never been in Earth storms, Counselor?
We get storms occasionally on Trill. A little rain, a little wind. We'll be all right.
If you say so.
Well, I guess we'll do our best. Under the conditions.
It's a shame. I was just getting ready to go explore the area, start a preliminary scan and survey.
Oh, that is a shame. Hey, when you do that, though, I saw on the map there's a lake nearby. Is that right?
I believe I flew over it when we were flying in.
How did it look? Did it have a decent beach? Clear water?
Looked pristine.
Fantastic. I had
Sounds good.
Lieutenant Burke might have gotten a communication from the commander, but one of the things we're going to look into is by the lake, setting up an R&R area for the crew and for the civilians. Of course, we got to make sure it's safe and there's no like sea monsters or anything inside the lake, or more of those mosquitoes.
I mean, it must be a fascinating genetic sequence to have such large mosquitoes and insects on this planet. Perhaps there's other large things there too.
Well,
It has
sure.
more caution.
If there's mosquitoes that big, there must be something equally big for them to feed on.
That or this planet doesn't really experience cold weather events, which would allow the bugs to grow to an enormous size.
Well, that'd be great. Spring all year round. That'd make this place almost a paradise. Except for the giant mosquitoes.
Probably more like summer if we're talking bugs.
It's a good thing we have a lake and a beach. It's good fishing. I hear humans like to fish, right? The thing where you throw the hook out in the water. catch fish, eat them?
In certain spots of Earth, yes.
There you go. Do you fish, or what's the other thing where you hunt, right? You kill the things with the antlers. Eat them.
That has been one form of sport in the past. We're a little more refined these days.
Let's try to keep the indigenous population intact, Counselor.
Well, of course. We don't want to impact the environment too much. But, some of the indigenous species might be tasty.
I think a replicator is more than suffice for such appetites. If you don't mind, I'm going to do a quick walk around the perimeter because apparently Lieutenant Tuzat was recalled back to the Tenshi.
In the meantime, though, we should try to secure any loose items or bring any supplies inside.
That's a good idea. Oh, I just thought of something. Lieutenant Quicks to DS-17 transporter room. Hey, Chief.
Go ahead, Starbase 17.
That transporter mishap, mislocation, is that individual anywhere near a shelter or getting close to one?
Hold on 1 second, sir. What is the weather like around Uzat?
If he hurries, he'll make it to the Tenshi in time.
They'll just barely make it if they stay on the present course, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you. Kui out. Lieutenant Kui to Lieutenant Tuzat.
Yes, sir. As you hear, I'm kind of out of breath from jogging.
Hey, LT. Yeah, you sound like you've been running for a while. It's really good for your mental health. However, you probably want to pick up the pace a little. You've got some bad weather, that hurricane-style rain and winds headed our direction too. But you probably want to get to shelter as quickly as you can. Figured you want a heads up.
Did that come through?
Oh, and did you respond?
Oh, yeah, I was saying, yes, sir, but my people, we're not known for our long-range stamina. We're more of sprinters.
Well, if you're running out of steam there, you might want to transport that back up to the station, LT. I don't. Lieutenant Burke here says you don't want to be caught outside in this storm.
I'll do that as a last resort, sir.
All right. You got this, Lieutenant. Let me know if you need help. Kui out. Oh, probably should. Kui realized he probably should warn Ellen of 4. Lieutenant Kui to Lieutenant Ellen of 4.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Hey, Lieutenant, won't take up too much of your time. Need to inform you that you've got some severe weather headed your direction. Category hurricane level winds and rain.
It's a tropical storm.
Tropical storm. Winds and rain. 40-mile-an-hour winds. Shouldn't be that bad. Keep an eye out for Lieutenant Tuzat, who is headed in your direction. Slowly.
He should not fear of becoming drenched in the storm. If he does, spending any time inside the ship will certainly dry him off.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right, just wanted to give you a heads up on the storm. Kui out. Quicks. I mispronounced my own character's name.
Yeah, he's gonna feel real muggy. There's gonna be rashes everywhere.
And Lieutenant Burke goes out and is like, all right, any last minute stuff need to get from the runabout? She starts doing her rounds around the perimeter.
Quicks is going to walk around with her just to get an opportunity while she's out there by herself to check on her and see how check on her mental state and see how she's doing.
You walk with her. Vogel, doctor?
The what now?
Yes.
Is there anything you wish to do before the storm hits?
Just get any loose supplies hunkered down inside. If it's too big, make sure it's tied down and secure.
I'm gonna grab some samples from the air and the soil before I hunker down. Try to get at least a baseline for this planet, and also any of the biological, like flora or fauna already gathered. I'd like to sample that for genetic stuff, but just basically research. And he won't mind the weather, actually, until things start flying around.
So all of you head outside to pick up, and get, whatever loose things on the ground. Just give me like insight security.
Everybody?
Yeah, difficulty 1. There's no momentum gain off this, but just to see if you guys see it.
Insight security.
Really?
I should probably roll for Burke. So we'll go over where Burke and Garibaldi are at. As you're talking with her, she's like, yeah. She's like, I'm doing fine. And then she kind of stops and looks and like, huh, that's interesting. And she noticed a group of rodent-like creatures hanging around the fence.
Well, those are interesting. Hopefully they'll be safe from the storm. Cute little buggers.
Didn't realize that such a species would exist on this planet, given that its numerous reptiles exist here.
Well, the reptiles have to eat something. Should probably get a quick scan of them just to for our records. We have to get a scan of them eventually anyway.
We have time. And Doctor and Vocal, you kind of notice that if you're like near the runabout, another group of furry rodent-like creatures around the perimeter.
Lieutenant, do you see those? What do they seem to be doing?
I'm going to do a quick scan of the shuttle.
It is it can't produce its own power. It is currently in disarray on the inside. But it's fine, for, structure wise.
Well, we could either. That's weird.
But they don't seem to be doing any damage to it, so
No, we can just. Well, let's just make sure it's closed up so we can keep the contents viable. We don't want them chewing wires and stuff. Where is the door to the research facility?
It's nearby, So.
Sure. I'll step back towards the door at least, and
Oh, it's a Vorpal bunny.
they get huge. Scan it with my closest one. How interesting.
If anyone's scanning it, it is a reason plus science, difficulty 1.
Can I do a medicine?
No, this is more science.
Research for a focus?
No. I'll take xenobiology.
But I gain a momentum.
You scan the tiny furry creature, and you realize it kind of comes to the, it's a creature that is similar to an earth squirrel.
Squirrel!
Aw.
He says jokingly. Sorry, Lieutenant. That's a squirrel on this world anyway.
Appear to be harmless, Lieutenant Burke, though they may carry, diseases or whatnot if we get bit by one. It's a strange behavior for them to group up like that.
Yeah, it is. Though, they do appear to be more advanced than, well, at least evolutionary-wise, than earth squirrels, but their cerebellum is quite active. And after a while, like they kind of stop and they look up and they scurry off.
No, I hope they'll be all right, but they probably know how to take care of themselves. But I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I
Certainly.
think I'm gonna ask the captain to make this research outpost permanent. Maybe take up residence here.
It's pretty down here. And I think that's a good idea. A whole new world to explore. New challenges. Should be fun.
Beats metal walls and computers.
Mm-hmm. Well, I certainly look forward to seeing your report on the beach. Maybe you'll turn it into a research center / resort. No?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, counselor.
Sure.
And I think we're in order here. Perimeter looks good. So, and he gets back to meet up with the rest of you guys.
Hey, did you guys see? We saw some little furry rodents. Looked like Lieutenant Burke said they were like squirrels from y'all's world.
Squirrel! Yes, yes. There's several over here, too.
I got some scans, and it seemed like they're about as harmless as one of your squirrels.
Well, we could compare our notes. They seem to be mostly harmless. Did I notice any biological or other deformities that catches my eye?
No.
I mean, Lieutenant Burke did notice that they seem to be a little further along the evolutionary path than the squirrels you're used to, which might explain them having, the intelligence or the uh, ability to stay ahead of the reptilian predator species.
It would also indicate.
And those bugs.
It would also indicate why they travel in groups.
Packs of squirrels. Now that's an interesting concept. Slightly disturbing, but interesting.
Well, even earth squirrels demonstrate some fondness of being around other of their kind.
Oh, for sure.
And Burke kind of looks at the sky as you guys about ready to head back into the research lab, and she goes, "Well, that's odd. I don't see. Shouldn't be a reason why the skyline's glowing."
Hurricane? Weather can do that kind of thing.
This is not a typical weather pattern, Doctor.
Atypical, is it?
I would, considering this planet is very Earth-like, I don't think the sky would glow a green color in front of the storm.
That is unusual.
Lieutenant Vogel, the sensor, are the station, the research station sensors running? Maybe we should get a look at that front wave.
Did we have them installed, Lieutenant?
We're tied into the station currently.
Well, we could see. I could link up to the station and use their sensor, see what's going on.
Yeah, might want to send your findings to Elena 4 as well. Her and hopefully very soon Lieutenant Tuzaker will be in the engine room of the Tenshi. If it's anything hazardous, we'll probably need to give them a heads up.
First, let's see what we're dealing with.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll go to the computers.
All of you head back inside. You walk over to your computer console. Reason plus science, difficulty 2. The station will assist with sensor science. It is still 2 because of the link.
Okay. I'm going to use 3 of the momentums. And I'll re-roll the miss. 16, 17. There you go. Only miss with 17, apparently.
All right. Sensors science for the station.
You can re-roll the station.
Oh, good. Now the trick is, was that another 17?
It was a 19 this time.
I put the station away after I hit the roll. It's like, where'd that sheet go?
It's a miss with the 15.
It averaged out to a 17.
There you go.
Rolled
Three,
a 15 and a 19, so
3 momentum gained.
That appears to be a beetle swarm.
Hey, what?
A swarm of beetles. Looks like they're trying to outrun the storm.
Well, we should close all of our hatches and get inside. We don't want to be caught out here.
You're already inside, Doctor.
Will the security field help keep them out?
Don't we have an officer out there still? He could be caught up with the swarm if he's not quick enough.
If
That's
you want
true.
to inform him, I'll let Ellen know.
Yes, ma'am. Quixel his comm badge. Lieutenant Quix to Lieutenant Tuzak.
Go ahead.
Lieutenant, where are you at? Have you made it to the Tenshi yet?
Where am I?
You still probably got about 8 miles to go.
I'm coming, but I still got 8 clicks to go.
Lieutenant, I strongly advise that you either beam back up to the station or pick up the pace. There appears to be a large swarm of beetle-like insects being driven your direction in front of the storm. I don't think it would be good for you to get caught out in that. If you can't make it fairly quickly, I think it's in your best interest to. I can't give you orders, sir, but I think it might be in your best interest to beam back up to the ship or station.
Very well. Station, go ahead and beam me back up.
This is the station. Sorry for the mix-up, sir. If you would stand still for a moment.
I stop.
1 second.
The message did say tiny.
So Element 4 is just going to love hearing about this.
I'm immune to fear, intimidation, and I have a blowtorch attached to my hand. I think I can handle the beetles.
If there was only 4 of them, yes.
Confidence.
It will be a glorious death. Oh wait, wrong species, wrong character.
It was a glorious death.
If she still had her assimilation tubules, I would say,
I do.
oh, well, then you try to assimilate the beetle.
That I think that stirs up a whole new shitstorm that we can't deal with.
A bored swarm. No thanks.
I mean, then it'll just be like a Mass Effect. It's fine.
I mean, really, how bad would it be? I mean, Ellen's not connected to the collective.
Doesn't mean the beetles wouldn't be.
Yeah, the beetles won't be connected to the collective either until they start building a transponder.
But could they really do that without opposable thumbs?
Maybe.
You want to find out.
I mean, the Borg are just like regular people building like superstar highways, traveling the whole galaxy and stuff. I think they can make some beetles build a little piece of electronics. They got a whole Starfleet ship to cannibalize.
They could do it with their bodies. They could form a living transponder out of beetles.
Not give the GM ideas.
Okay, to beam 2 is up to the station. It's going to be control plus engineering difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering.
I'll take another dive. That worked great last time. For our momentum. Better.
Hey, there's your 17. You get the momentum back, plus you have 2 float.
Dude, I have 4 flirt. Can I create an advantage for beaming down to the planet?
It's difficulty 2. You have 2
Oh,
float.
for 3. Okay.
Still, yeah.
Can I use those two to make an advantage for beaming up and down from the planet from now on? Or for today, or whatever?
I've been studying this beetle swarm more, and it appears that the reason why these beetles appear to be glowing is because they are emitting some type of ionization.
Like a radiation? What type of ionization is it? Electrical charge?
It's just an electron ionization. It is. We may have a potential issue with any power systems.
What kind of issue do we need to?
And it will interfere with our transporter should we need it. Might recommend we beam up to the station instead of riding out the storm down here, just in case.
You said ionize. As the other side is like, you said ionized radiation, correct?
It's like an electron ionization.
I wonder if this moss I found is perhaps a feeding mechanism for these beetles. Quite fascinating.
Well, I don't have much time to study these things. I don't know what they eat. But if it is a moss, it is a potential that they would seek that out. Does it have ionization properties as well?
To a degree. There's actually tiny crystalline structures within this moss that stores vast amounts of, has an electrical charge.
It is possible that is how they are getting the electron charge.
It's possible the swarm is feeding off the storm.
That is a possibility also.
Remarkable. I would like to stay down here and study more, if you don't mind, Lieutenant Burke. She just kind of sighs.
Like I said, Lieutenant, I don't know the extent of any potential damage caused by either the tropical storm or the ionized beetles. However, they will make transporting through the storm impossible. Right? Impossible or difficult? Impossible. Perfect. So if we do have an issue, we're on our own, basically.
And well, we got the runabout. We could just take the runabout if we had to, right?
She kind of looks to Vogel.
We could have if our security chief didn't tear it apart.
Excuse me?
Okay. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Okay.
Interesting.
Cough.
Well, what do we want to do, lieutenants? Ask the most junior officer in the room.
Lieutenant Burke is in charge of the mission down here.
This outpost is ready to be able to withstand the force of the tropical storm, but given the nature of the beetles, it could knock out our power systems.
If the beetles are feeding on the electricity, the power, and that many beetles are headed this way, should we shut down the power to the station or to the station? I mean, not DS-17, the thing we're in now. Or are we going to look like lunch?
It is possible we would look like lunch if they feed off electrical energy.
We have plenty of that.
That and the defense grid would be a big beacon for them.
We could shut it all down.
Uh, any personnel wishes to be able to the station now can do so. I will remain behind to keep an eye on the station. Any volunteers who wish to help out may do so. If not, you're free to beam back up to DS-17. She just kind of sighs.
Well, I'm not leaving you down here by yourself, Lieutenant. Besides, it'd be interesting to study the storm from the inside. I mean, I know a little bit about security systems. I could shut the security grid down if you wanted to.
We'll have to. Hopefully, the storm will be more than enough juice for them, and they'll just fly over us.
I would suggest we at least turn the power off of the resource of this research base, at least for now. At least when they get closer, you know.
Probably will have to operate it on minimal power, Doctor. I don't want to shut down everything.
I understand. Then that would be sufficient. Enough to dissuade them from finding us tasty. How about that?
Sounds like a plan. Anybody got a deck of cards?
This guy over here goes, I have chess.
That's a fine game as well. not the most communal game. I think something we could all play.
Well, 3D chess you could probably play with 3 players.
I don't.
That's a variant. But there's more than 3 of us here.
Anyone who wishes to beam back up the ship may do so now. I'm going to contact Commander.
You are go for a read.
Commander, it appears there's a large storm front and a swarm of beetles that apparently feed off the electrical energy in this storm. We're gonna have to power down our non-essential systems for the research outpost to survive the swarm. I have already requested multiple individuals who wish to beam up can. The remaining personnel will be down here to help make sure systems stay operating at minimum functions.
That sounds like an awfully big risk to put yourself in for a simple building.
We've already collected a handful of samples from the wildlife that we can't beam up to the station. We would already be losing several days of research, not to mention the amount of time it took the engineers to construct this place. It is rated to withstand the forces of the storm, though, Commander.
And do those forces include the beetles as well?
The beetles seem to be feeding off the storm as long as we keep our power minimums, I believe, below the electrical discharge of the storm, which will be operating on very minimal power. The beetles should avoid us.
I don't like it, Lieutenant. I'm gonna check with the captain, but I would suggest you start preparing to batten down the hatches and have everyone come back to the station.
Well, the storm will be here in within an hour, so it's either some of us stay behind or we all beam up now. The ionization in the atmosphere will be too dangerous to beam up.
Beam up.
I'm sure we
Understood.
can get more samples, Lieutenant. We can't get more of us.
Sorry, Lieutenant. Shut it down and return to the station. Everyone.
It'll be all right, Lieutenant. If the facility is damaged, we'll just rebuild.
Well, we heard the captain, or commander, will begin power down procedure and get into groups of 6 and beam up.
Very well. Double time.
Better pass that message on to Lieutenant Ellen. She's still at the Tenshi.
Thank you, Counselor. I will do that presently. And I will cut the communications and hail Lieutenant Allen.
I was excited to fight the bugs. Is there any chance they're static? I'll just crumble a little piece of
Really
paper.
nothing but
You
stuff.
can't hear me. Static.
Yeah, out of character. I'm not completely opposed to leaving her down there.
I feel like you should be.
It's 50-50. There's the ship, and then there's the bugs.
Yeah, you hail Ellen of 4.
Lieutenant, sorry, I need you to stop what you're doing, shut everything down safely, and return to the station. Looks like there's going to be some serious weather, and I don't want any of my crew in the middle of that.
Very well. I will return to the station.
Thank you. Please do so immediately. And I'm going to cut the channel.
Can I do I have the ship's external sensors?
Yes.
Can I scan to see this mass of bugs?
For 2 momentum, I'll give you all the information I gave to Vogel.
Sure.
Vogel also would have relayed the information to her tricorder.
Yeah. Still, it'll be 2 momentum for that. Essentially, it's a swarm of tiny beetles flying ahead of the storm front. They appear to be causing they're heavily ionized. Potentially the ionization can cause damage to power systems. It seems like they're feeding off the storm's electrical energy. And the beetle bugs, or these bugs, are very similar to, are pretty much the ones that you eradicated in the Jeffries tubes.
Would torpedoes get rid of them? Like full salvo into the swarm?
The problem is all the torpedo tubes, I don't think would be functional.
What about the phaser arrays set to area? They're on the top of the ship. Some of them are, at least.
The storm would have to be on top of you, or close to it, distance-wise. You got an hour before it hits you. And if you're going to beam up, you have to do it now, or you're stuck on the ship.
I'll send a message up to the star base. Cannot safely transport. Going to protect key systems from the bugs. And I'm gonna go to phaser control.
It'd just be an override where you're at.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. The bridge is the bridge is open to the outside. So.
Oh, I didn't mean like the actual bridge. I meant like the place where like the the actual security officers go. I guess I don't know if they have it in TNG. Like they
They-
showed in TOS a couple of times. They actually had like
Yeah, they had it in the one episode. Yeah, phaser control. Um, yeah, I don't think they have that in TNG. I think it's automated now.
oh, is there a battle bridge? I guess there's not because this is not a separatable ship.
You guys got rid of it. Yes, so no, it doesn't have one.
Okay, well then, since I have a little bit of time, can I uh can I reroute systems so that I don't have to deal permanently with the -1 for override?
Control
Like,
engineering difficulty. It's an advantage creation, so
yeah.
control engineering difficulty 2. There would be no assist from the ship though.
This is using the computers. Yep.
Yeah. Gain a momentum, and yeah, you have that advantage, or when the time comes that you have a reduced difficulty.
All right, I'll start working on some targeting algorithms for large masses.
Okay, back at the research station, she goes, all right, who's the first group that wants to go? I'll go in the last group.
I'll stick around to the end with you, Lieutenant. Let's just maybe we get the technical crew and the other, the enlisted crew off first.
Agreed. Marcus, you heard the man. You're in the first group, but my mom, from the ship, station, I need a control plus engineering difficulty of 4, complication range 2, assisted by the station's sensors plus engineering.
For transporting?
Yes.
All right, this is the starbase. How many are in your party? 6? 5, 6, 6? Yep, 6.
Five
Right.
for the. Are you beaming up with them, Doctor? Like your character or the Disco?
Actually, I would, as a doctor, counselor, I think you should go up in this group. I'm not sure if the bugs showed up, you'd be too much help. In the sense of,
I was plenty of help with the last bugs, Doctor. I have a reason. I have a professional reason for staying behind, sir.
oh, so be it.
Vogel.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Sarah, I'll see you soon.
Sorry, what was that?
You going up in this group, Vogel, or are you staying behind for the second group?
I'll go in the second group.
Okay. So yeah, difficulty 4, control plus engineering, complication range of
Complication
2.
range of what?
Complication range 2.
All right. I'll take spend 3 momentum for 2 dice. Difficulty 4.
Yes, difficulty 4.
Did my do I can reduce the difficulty by 1 with the 2 momentum I spent to create an advantage for beaming? From the last.
That's with the
transporter?
difficulty reduce.
So it would be 5 otherwise.
Yes.
Yikes. Okay. I have no determination. Just saying.
Zach.
Well, it's not a. It's there's no complication. I said complication range 2. 8.
Oh, I missed
Eight.
the 2. So the 18 is.
No.
There is.
No, it's 19. 1920 is complication range. So, unfortunately, you're not able to get a proper lock on the first group at the research station. The ionized radiation that's in the atmosphere is becoming too dense.
A lot of interference. I can't seem to get a lock on you.
You can have one more attempt with it.
I can only buy one extra die.
Well, you could spend 2 momentum and a threat.
And a threat. Yeah, 2 momentum and a threat.
I'm gonna spend a momentum. Complication range 3. He's like, Lieutenant, I think maybe I should just stay behind. Roll.
Whoa.
Difficulty would have been 5 because of your advantage went away because it's the second transport.
Oh, sure. Now you say it. I was all hoping. Sorry, sirs. Ma'ams.
As it dwindles, you're unable to get a lock as the ionized radiation is too great to commence transport.
The storm's too powerful. There's too much ionization. Good luck. I'll try to get a lock on you as soon as I can.
Thank you, Chief. Burke to Deep Space 17. Commander.
17 here.
Commander, it appears the ionized radiation is become too thick. Transporter room is having difficulty beaming us up.
Yes, we've received similar reports from the Tenshi. Hold on for a moment, Lieutenant. I'm gonna contact the transporter chief.
The chief.
Chief, since we're having trouble getting a lock on our people, do you think it's possible for you to beam down something that is inorganic, such as either supplies or pattern enhancers?
I could try, but it's a lot of interference, sir.
Give it a shot, see what you can do. Give it a moment, and then try to beam something simple down to the center of the room. If it works, take it from there. And I'll flip back over to Lieutenant and say, listen, Lieutenant, if you're gonna have to ride out the storm, get everyone out of the center of the room. We're gonna see if we can beam down some supplies to help you out.
Understood, Commander. What are you wanting to? What equipment are you wanting to beam down?
Pattern enhancers would be the ultimate.
That is going to be an opportunity cost of 1 to get the pattern enhancers, and then you have to make the transport for the pattern enhancers, which is a control plus engineering difficulty 5, complication range of 3.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Not for the past. I had a 4 and a 5. Still didn't quite get it.
Yeah. Well, I would say upon realizing that Arif is definitely gonna drop that idea and um contact both away teams and tell them to report every 15 minutes. And the shuttle bay technician and tell him to get a move on.
They're working as fast as they can.
Well, lieutenants, is there something we can do to shore things up to make sure we're going to be okay with these beetles? I don't know. Do something with the energy to make it non-palatable to the beetles or something.
I just think turning it off as much as we can. Hope they just go by.
Sarah, do you have anything on mind? Nothing comes to mind other than just reducing the energy consumption.
Yes, reducing energy consumption and maybe trying to set some type of repellent field. Maybe something to the inverse of the energy they consume. Perhaps with our security field if it's operational.
Yeah, the security field should be up. I doubt Lieutenant Tuzot would have left if it wasn't.
He was ordered to leave.
Oh, there's that.
Give me plus reason plus engineering or science difficulty 2.
We out of momentum.
We
Okay.
are.
Wah, wah.
I gave you guys 6.
And we did it all. Thank you very much.
I'll give you a threat. It's only 3 successes. I accidentally had focus turned on. Unless you accept power management.
Yeah, I will accept that increased complication, which you would have a complication. I'll let it slide. So 2 momentum generated. And yeah, you formulate a way that you think you can, if you inverse the power field, that if they might still be attracted to it, but if they feed off it, it would probably kill the bugs.
Bug zapper.
Yep. See, I don't know if I want to kill them though. I'll keep it as a lieutenant. I have a way that we could possibly form some type of defense of bugs for the beetles. However, if they do feed off of the energy, it has the potential to kill them. which I'm not sure is a step we necessarily want to take unless it's our only option.
Well, for all we know, these bugs could also be limiting the storm front's potential too. Let's write up a program and let's, in case we need to flip the switch, we'll flip the switch.
Aye, Lieutenant.
And but we're gonna have to put that security field is going to be overwhelming tractor for the bugs. I think we're gonna have to disable it.
So we're either going to convert it into a repellent or shut it down completely, is what you're saying, right, LT?
Well, we could reduce the power output, but it would sure up some gap. It would definitely there'll be gaps in the grid.
I think we should keep it as whole as possible.
Well,
I mean,
it would also have the adverse effect of tracking the bugs.
well, last resort, right?
Well, which way do we want to go?
We don't have much time. We're all in this together, so suggestions.
Well, I'm not as strong in the science as you guys, but I kind of agree with Lieutenant Vogel about minimizing the impact of on the beetles, not wanting to kill them. Plus, I think you make a good point that they may be reducing the power of the storm. If we kill the beetles, I mean that'd be like shutting off music for the planet. That might be bad. And sure, there isn't a way sure there isn't a way we can turn the make the security field. Actually, GM, can I look at Lieutenant Vogel's program for the shields and see if I can figure out a way to make it not deadly for the beetles?
It's the inverse, and unfortunately, if they feed off of it, they'll still be attracted to it. It's energy.
Nah, but there's no way to make it non-fatal to beetles.
Yeah, there's no way.
I mean, the research station is designed to hold up. Anybody willing to test that proposition?
Well, we don't have much time, so we got to make a decision right now. I would prefer not to kill them, but if that's the only thing we can do to protect ourselves, then there it is.
Well, remember, option 2 is shutting down the power, batting down the hatches.
Indeed.
I mean, the facility theoretically is structurally sound enough to handle the storm. What do you think, Lieutenant Vogel?
What's the reason why we couldn't beam or leave?
Ionization of the atmosphere, ma'am. That's what I overheard them telling Lieutenant Burt.
Okay. like I said, we need to power down because of the storm anyway. Keep minimal shielding up, and use this as a last resort in case the bugs really become a problem.
We could throw the outpost on minimal power and have force fields at all injunctions to keep outside intruders from coming in, but to avoid the bugs from being attracted at all to the station, we're going to have to power down the defense grid. It's just too strong.
Well, then the risk then is whether or not the facility can handle the bugs. But if we power down, they should just stay in front of the storm, right, lieutenants? As long as we don't look like food.
And I think our best bet is to weather the storm. Good enough. Let's power this down. Will minimum power, do you think, reasonably, Sarah, to cause us to be affected by the bugs?
The answer is that we keep circling around as we don't know.
Okay, well,
We keep circling. I feel like we're circling around that. The answer is we don't know. So
the answer
it's
is
either
let's just
we
turn it
power
off.
down totally, or we leave minimal power to help us protect against the storm. Those are really our two options. We either power down completely to potentially save ourselves from the bugs, or we keep minimum power to protect ourselves from the hurricane. Which is what do you think the bigger threat is? Is really the answer that we keep circling around.
Well, we can hope we can turn it off. So let's just power it to minimal for now. Weather the storm and hope the bugs don't notice us.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan, but Lieutenant Burke, it's. I mean, ultimately, it's your decision. And then I'm going to do a counselor thing, if you don't mind, Jim. And I'm going to use my positive reinforcement talent to give, if I make the roll, to give Lieutenant Burke the advantage that she has confidence in her decision making. That that she's able to make a decision and to be feel strongly about that. And then and that would also give her the effect of being able to re-roll a die pool if it becomes necessary sometime throughout this mission without having to spend determination. You buy all that, boss?
I'm trying to find what the roll is.
It is presence plus medicine difficulty 3. And I'm justifying it because Lieutenant Burke is one of my patients. Because it says, while providing emotional and mental treatment for another character. Well, it says for another character. I don't know if she counts since he's an NPC. That'd be a GM.
Character refers to both non-player characters and player characters, as long as they're allies.
I'm mostly doing this because this is what the counselor would do. Is
yeah, go ahead and roll.
All right, that's a tough. What is it? Presence plus medicine, difficulty 3. Can I spend towards the value we are stronger together than apart?
No.
All right, I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way. I will give you a threat and the 2 momentum for the extra 2 dice. And psychiatry is the focus? Or
Yeah.
persuasion?
Psychiatry, yeah, it's fine.
Oh, just made it.
All right. Counselor, if you don't mind, reduce the power field on the defense grid. Lieutenant Vogel, make sure that all of our... I am now blanking on the word as the GM. All containment fields are properly aligned and put us in emergency power mode. See if we can't reduce our energy signal enough that the bugs will completely avoid us without completely leaving us defenseless.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. And Garibaldi will go to all orders.
You'll have to go outside Garibaldi to for the defense grid.
Okay.
Vogel, that's just going to be control plus science or engineering difficulty 2 for the station and the containment fields.
Power management for a focus.
Yeah.
You said diff 2?
Yes.
Take a threat.
And you just make it. Garibaldi, it's going to be a control plus security difficulty 2
Okay.
to adjust the defense grid.
Also, I will give you a threat. Oh, hit the wrong button. God.
Do you have a way to reroll that?
Can I spend towards the mission directive? Use my determination to reroll?
Sure.
And I'm just going to reroll 2. Hey!
Gain a momentum, and the hum of the security field lessens, and you head back inside.
Security field set, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Counselor. And everybody, find a place to hunker down, and we'll ride out the storm. Lieutenant Vogel, do you mind monitoring the storm and the swarm?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Thank you. And yeah, after some time, the things pick up and rain begins to fall. Vogel, give me insight plus science, assisted by the station's sensors plus science, but the complication range is going to be 3 since through the ionization. Difficulty is 2.
I'll use the momentum. What did you guess? Another 17.
Guys are going to have to do a 12-5 for all your dice rolls, so you hit 17.
So funny.
Someone have the station?
Oh. I was typing a thing and was distracted. Let's see.
This is my second Earl Grey tea tonight.
I see. So, what's the station role?
It's
Sensors and something? Science?
Sensor science, complication range of 3.
Okay.
Because of the link.
Ooh.
3 momentum gain.
So I technically have 2 rerolls, so I think I'll be greedy and fish.
Come on, complication. No. 5 total momentum gain.
The odds were not in your favor, GM Prex.
I have to go to cop 4 just so you hit the 17.
All right, now we have some bloody momentum.
We're gonna need it.
On the
Hold
So
it.
sensors,
what could possibly go wrong?
I'll type it up too.
Got good news, Lieutenant. It looks like that swarm has passed over us.
Well done.
That's good news. Meanwhile,
I've been waiting for this.
Element 4, the swarm approaches and is in weapons range.
I turn to the ECA, the ECH, and say, if you wish to test your rudimentary command protocols, you can issue the order for engagement.
I am fine. Though I suggest that you drink some water. You appear to be dehydrated.
I will take a drink of water and say, on your orders, Captain.
I am not a captain, but if I must.
I was giving him the chance to do that whole like red shoulder with the 4 pips.
That's not in his program though, so. But yeah, I get where you're going for. I was just like, he's not programmed for that.
No, that's why I said rudimentary. Like, I'm not actually asking him to make an actual roll or anything.
You may fire when ready, Lieutenant.
We'll work on it. And I'll start firing.
Oh boy. Control plus security. Difficulty of 2. However, it's complication in range 3, assisted by these ships. Well, weapon security, but I'll just roll. And I believe the stat was 13.
You might just want to re-enable. You just might want to unarchive the ship sheet for a
It's
second.
not on here. It's not in this game. That's the
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll use my miner to set it for. Oh, I don't have to use a miner to declare area. I just got to say it, right?
Yeah, you just say it.
Yeah. Well, then this is area, obviously. There's not really anything you can do with your miner in space combat, is there? Oh, I'll just roll it. Did you say there was a complication range?
Complication range 3.
Oh, my neural interface is not working properly.
Okay, find the ship sheet. Huh. In the other game. Well, you succeed. The ship will assist with that. I'm pretty sure that's high enough. So that is a momentum gained. But there's a complication.
I'll spend 2 to quash.
So 1 momentum from the parent.
If it's 13, that means it has a phaser score of 8. No, it's
7. It's 5 plus. I think your score was only 3. So
yeah, 5 plus 3 is
8.
8.
So roll 8 challenge dice.
Oh, yeah, I told you 2 to quash, right?
Yeah, it was spent.
What? How much damage do I need here? Or like, I don't know what I'm trying to get here, so I don't know how to spend.
It is a swarm, so there is a little bit of resistance with it. So it's resistance 2, but
Then we'll use. I'm assuming I get a breach in quotes at 5.
yeah.
Okay. Well, then I will spend 1 for reroll and 1 for one for piercing.
You're rerolling 3?
Yeah, I
Oh, okay, you're
reroll.
spending 2. Got it.
It's versatile. I spent 1 for reroll. No, I didn't spend momentum. I
There's 2
spent
versatile.
versatile. Yeah, I spent 1 versatile and piercing, 1 to reroll 3.
Right. Okay. So you're at 5 momentum. So total of 7. Anything additional you wish to do?
Oh, I said area, but it probably I should have said spread or
Well,
there's not
they're
multiple
botch.
swarms.
Well, it's one swarm, but there's multiple botches of it. Like essentially
Okay.
scale 2. So
Okay.
that hits all of it. So you still hit all of the swarm.
Yeah, it doesn't really have shields, does it? So it doesn't behoove me to do more damage. I guess I'll do what on a devastating attack that would only do half damage, right?
Yes.
What's that other thing we learned about? Where you can like shoot again or something?
It's a swift task.
No, there was like another thing you could. Um.
That's for ground combat.
Oh, okay. Sure. Why not? We'll do a swift task. We'll spend 2 momentum on that, and
Div 3.
2 more on a 4th dice. Now I used all your momentum.
Yeah, that's 2 momentum gained.
I will use a versatile on piercing. Actually, one second.
I'm assuming this is area again.
Yeah.
That is more than enough. You do quick, essentially multiple strikes repeatedly against the swarm, and millions upon millions of beetles rain from the forefront of the sky, rain forefront from the storm and fall to the plummet below, or fall to the surface as it rings on top of the Tenshi.
Oh, okay. I was hoping I could have them rain down over the compound, but the Tenshi's good enough.
The Tenshi is actually a few hundred kilometers, like 100 kilometers or so away from the outpost. Like they already hit first, and the Tenshi would be hit second.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you killed all the bugs. Back at the outpost. Volga, you see on the sensors that the Tenshi's phaser array lit up and destroyed the swarm.
Huh. Looks like Elena 4 is still on the Tenshi. Looks like she's trying to destroy the beetle swarm.
She succeeded at it.
Don't tell me how to roleplay.
Sorry.
Oh, don't worry. I was joking.
I'm sure that won't cause permanent ecological damage.
Let's hope not. For all we know, that could have been the next sentient species on this planet.
No, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the squirrels.
Assuming they have the chance to evolve outside of their natural predators.
Well, Lieutenant Burke had a theory with the is the storm increasing in intensity with the swarm gone.
If you wanted to check the strength of the storm, that is going to be a reason plus science, difficulty of 2, application range 3.
I'll use one moment.
Station does assist though with sensors science.
Yep. Waiting for that to roll before I decide my rerules.
There's that
Hey, so
complication.
event sensors, do I have focus on that?
The station always has a focus.
Yes.
Oh. Oops.
All right, I'll reroll my miss with my cautious.
Comp.
I will re-roll my miss with the technical expertise.
Come on, comp. No! 3 momentum gain. So close.
You were.
The storm is indeed gaining strength.
Looks like we are definitely in the thick of the storm now.
Probably put the power back up now that the bugs are gone.
Yeah, this is probably a good idea to help weather the storm a bit.
Well, the defense grid will have to go outside for the defense grid. It wasn't fully tied into the station yet.
Well, sooner rather than later, I guess.
Garibaldi looks out a window, looks at Lieutenant Burke. Want me to go turn the security grid back on, ma'am?
Let's get internal power back online. Do you bring the station logo back to full power?
Well, not full power, just enough to get the shields back on.
The grid is the shields, which is outside. Wasn't fully powered.
Yeah, we'll bring the grid back up.
You have to go outside for that.
Oh, yeah, why not? What could happen?
Are you going out or are you sending someone else out?
Oh, I'll do it.
Well,
You,
then it's probably going to be a security role.
as you head towards the door and you get close to it, you hear the sound of a faint tap, tap, tap against the door.
We're supposed to be out there.
That's not spooky or anything.
Can we look out the door window? Windows are better than door.
Well, at the knocking, I will get my tricorder and see what's going on.
Inside science, difficulty 1, complication range 3, the ionization.
Inside science, stiff 1.
Yeah, it's just a comp 3.
I'll use the momentum. Another 17.
Gain 2, which puts you at max. Outside the door is one of those squirrels, and you hear the tap again.
That's fascinating. We should let him in.
Even though it is fascinating, I don't think so.
It's a terrible storm out there, Doctor. Where's your compassion?
I have compassion for us. The critter has lived here all its life. I'm sure it can handle a storm. Common sense dictates. I probably should know about that.
It's a squirrel with enough awareness to knock on a door, Doctor.
Well, if you want to initiate first contact procedures, then we could do that. But it is a non-warp capable species. So I say let's not interfere.
Lieutenant Vogel? Come on.
I think I have to agree with the doctor here.
I mean, I gotta
There's still so much we don't understand about this planet.
open the door to go reset the security field anyway.
That is true.
You hear the tapping noise again, followed by some scratchy noises.
Yes, but what if all 20 of them want to come in? How many are out there, actually?
It's just the one.
Okay. Do we have an airlock?
You don't really need an airlock because it's
Well, we want to keep them from coming all the way in.
You do want the security field up, right, Lieutenant Burke?
we seem to be safe in here. But if you feel like I'll yield to the rest of you feel like the security grid needs to be at full strength.
Squirrel still knocking on the door.
It is.
I told you this was eventually gonna be a new value for Garibaldi. Since no one has ordered him not to, Garibaldi's gonna let the squirrel in.
So you walk up to the door and you open it. The squirrel stands and looks at you. And then starts running towards the forest.
I think I saw this in a Disney movie.
That's not what I expected to happen.
Perhaps it wants you to follow it.
How bad's the storm, Jim?
The rain is like just pouring inside as the doors open. It's just pouring in, and the ground looks like a soupy mud. Like it's raining pretty hard, and the wind is pretty strong. It's you could traverse through it, but it's pretty strong.
It's either now or never. You already got the door open.
Garibaldi looks back at the rest of the group with a hat, crooked smile, says, "Be nice to have a raincoat," and grab his tricorder and go out in the rain after the squirrel.
Well, while he does that, I'm gonna get start working on the shields.
So you're gonna go out in the rain too and work on the shields.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Garibaldi, I'll get to you in a minute. It's a squirrel. Vogel, you go outside. Fitness con difficulty 1 to kind of make your way towards the control panel.
Take a momentum, or I'll use a momentum, I should say.
Get it back. You managed to get to the control panel. It's actually going to be a control plus security difficulty 3 to get the grid back to full strength.
Can I use my value? Nothing is more important than the mission.
Sure, I guess the mission is to survive, so.
And then I will use 2 more momentum for an extra dice. Just snuck it.
Get it back, or at least a momentum back, as you get the defense grid online, and as Garibaldi goes into the woods. Scene change, by the way. But Garibaldi, as you run into the forest, following the squirrel, it stops occasionally to make sure you're following it. Give me fitness con difficulty 2 to follow the squirrel.
Survival for focus, considering the conditions.
Add increased complication.
Okay. And then I'm going to spend a momentum for an extra die. You did say difficulty 2, right?
Difficulty 2, difficulty 2.
With comp 2. Whew.
Gain a momentum. As you follow the squirrel and you come up to a cave. It would appear that as you look around, you notice the area is covered in mud, and it looks like some sort of flash flood as some water is pouring into the cave as the squirrel looks to you and runs into the cave.
In for a pence and in for a gold crown. I'll follow the squirrel.
Do Do you have like a flashlight or a beacon? Flashlight slash beacon.
Not on my character sheet. Use the light from my tricorder.
No, it wouldn't be enough. I mean, for a momentum, you could have a beacon.
I will spend that moment.
Okay. As
It's
you
logical to grab one.
as you follow the squirrel to the cave, you realize the cave is not that very, goes very far. But as the squirrel stops and he's scratching against to where there appears to be a bunch of mud and rock.
Like scratching like he's trying to dig?
Yes, like he's trying to dig against this rock and a bunch of mud that appears to have come in from the outside.
We'll give it a quick scan to see what's on the other side, what he's trying to get at. I have a suspicion, but
Reason plus science difficulty 2. Complication range of 3. Actually, complication range 2 because you're in the cave. Cave's helping.
spend a momentum for a third die. Bollocks.
As you try to scan, you realize your tricorder is partially damaged, and you're unable to actually get a good sense reader on what's behind this rock and what the squirrel is trying to get at.
Then I will help the squirrel. Why not?
You start helping the squirrel removing the rock and debris, and as you come to, as you notice that the water level is a little high, but it appears to be a small tunnel, and pours out a group of squirrels from inside where the tunnel's at.
That was my guess. It was behind. He was trying to.
And there appears to be a total of 8 squirrels. As they try to get a little bit higher up in the cave, and they look at you.
All right, is there higher ground inside this cave?
No. They seem to just kind of climb and latch onto the actual walls of the cave.
All right, we're going back to the research station with my band of squirrels. I'm gonna indicate for them to follow me and go back out into the rain.
You head back out of the cave, and you look behind you, and the squirrels don't seem to follow.
Motion at them, like, follow, come.
Do you wish for them to follow you?
I do wish for them to follow me. Take them back to the station and shelter. It's either that or I stand and make like a tree inside the cave.
Presence command difficulty 4.
Did you say difficulty 4?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a language barrier. Like, they're not sure what you.
That makes sense. But I think Garibaldi's going to realize that is probably beyond his skill level. And how fast is the cave? How fast is the cave? Is the cave filling up with water to the point where my new little friends are going to drown if we stay?
Possibly.
Hmm. Is it filling up from water coming in the entrance of the cave, right?
Yes, filling with water from the entrance of the cave.
Okay, can I use my Type 1 phaser to create like a trench to direct the water away from the front of the flowing water to direct it away from the front of the cave to keep it from flooding?
There's not the water was still pulled up heading towards the cave.
Yeah, up in trees would be a bad idea. All right, diff 4, you said. Nothing new. All right, so I'm going to spend for all the dice. So I'll use up the rest of the momentum pool and however many threat. Feed all the dice. Do you take persuasion as a focus?
Yeah, I'll take persuasion.
Is it still the regular comp range?
Comp range is 1.
All right, here we go. Dang it. 1 short. Can I succeed at cost? You know, cost could be the squirrels run on top of me and I get scratches or something. I don't know.
Sure, you can see a complication as you motion for the squirrels to follow you, and they run up alongside and they take shelter inside your raincoat.
Fair enough. And I will make my way back to the research station. Shine my comm badge. Lieutenant Quicks to Lieutenant Burke.
I could barely hear you, Lieutenant Quicks.
Yeah, LT. Just to let you know, I'm on my way back. Jim, I can't get to the security field. Yeah.
You'll find out.
Oh, I'm on my way back, Lieutenant. And I will make my way back carefully so I don't dislodge any of my coat buddies.
Fitness con difficulty of 2. I'm using the comp to increase the difficulty. It's base 1.
Okay, so comp 2. Survival again as a focus.
And increased complication.
Okay. And then give you a threat for a 3rd die. So is the comp 2 or 3 then?
2.
All right, here we go. I get a momentum, yeah?
Yes, you get a momentum. And you make it back to where the security field is at, and you hear the hum of the security field as it lessens, and you walk straight in. You walk past her, and you head towards the compound.
All right, I will go in the compound.
As you enter the compound and stop at your location where you are drenched and muddy, 8 squirrels pull out or fall out from inside your raincoat and disperse throughout the entire compound.
I brought friends.
Wow. Why?
They're living creatures, Doctor, and they're amazing.
They
That
sure are. So are mosquitoes.
The one squirrel that came to get me came and knocked on the door, led me to a cave, indicated to help me save some other squirrels that were dying in a hole, and then followed me when I directed them to. This is an amazing level of intelligence or survival instinct for an animal at this level of development. And look at these guys. They're adorable. I mean, it's not like they're tribble.
Does Vogel have
Good.
anything to say about the the 8 squirrels that are now in the compound?
She just shakes her head. That's all she can really do.
All right. As some time passes and the weather eventually clears up, with the tropical storm leaving the area, Cyber goes, how about we lower the defense grid so that way our friends here could go back to wherever they came from?
Yes, ma'am.
As she looks about this compound in a bit of a mess from the squirrels.
I'll get right on cleaning that, ma'am. Garibaldi will lower the defense and open the door so the squirrels can leave.
They all rush out and head towards the forest. And as they run back into the forest, one stops, looks at you, and then runs into the forest. Disappear.
And then Garibaldi will spend the next several hours cleaning up the mess that squirrels made.
Is there any additional roleplay anyone wishes to do before we close out the session?
Don't think so.
Nope.
All right, with that,
Yeah.
we will end this session